Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords. Before we get straight into it, I will just announce, in case anyone's missed it, that I will not be streaming this Friday because I will be going to Hyper Japan in London, but Saturday's stream is going ahead. I'll also announce that at the end of the stream, but just in case anyone's missed it, no stream this Friday. Anyway, where are we in the game? We had just wrapped up all our business on Nar Shaddaa. We had already met with the Jedi Master in hiding, who we had been sent to find. There's Kai L, I believe his name was. We had also met up with what was his name? Goto, the leader of the exchange, who now has put this proxy robot on our ship, which we've apparently have no choice about. So far as we can tell, it's not actually him. But yep, that's the thing. So apparently we're being very much watched by the exchange at this point. And then we did chased a few other little threads, like making sure the Citadel station had access to fuel from Voga the Hutt, which I'm worried about what the long-term consequences of that will be, because the Hutts, as I understand it, aren't known to be the most legitimate business people, but it's better than having no fuel. So we did that. We had a look at the Bazak Den. I might be forgetting a few other things, but we wrapped things up. So next place to head is to Korriban, where I believe the last remaining Jedi Master in hiding is supposed to be. It's also, I mentioned last stream that I'm not quite sure how you get onto the quest sign that leads to the missing planet, because like I say, we've lightly modded this game, installing only the mods that are recommended to play the game nowadays, because when the game came out, a lot of content had been cut because the developers had to rush it to release, and there was also quite a lot of bugs. So there's there's 3 mods, I believe, that are strongly recommended that you install, and one of them adds a planet which we can't currently see here. It's in some way a missing or hidden planet or something like that. And I remember remarking last stream that it was strange that we seem to have completed the bulk of the main part of the game, assuming that this game follows the same sort of pattern that the previous game did, in that there's a short section where you're being railroaded, then a big section where you have a lot more freedom, and then another short section where you're railroaded at the end. It looks like we're most of the way through that middle section, and yet we haven't found out anything about this planet that's supposed to be out there somewhere. Well, I did have a quick look before this stream, and it didn't specifically say so, but reading between the lines, it sounds like the planet is connected to Korriban, so we're probably on the right track. So with that said, let's get into it. Korriban, for those that aren't aware, is apparently the homeworld of the Sith, where the Sith first arose. And we encountered it in the first game. So it'll be interesting to see how it's changed since then.
we've hit the ground. This is Korriban. Why would one of the Jedi you're looking for come here?
It seems quiet. Just the wind. But deep beneath the surface, you can feel the pain of what took place here. This place merely tolerates sentience walking upon it. It is pleased to have been left alone. There is great power here for those with the ambition to use it. There is great power in this place for those who can hear its call.
There is much that would draw a Jedi to this place. The resting grounds of the ancient and more recently departed Sith contain many teachings believed lost. The most likely place to find our lost Jedi is the ruins of the old academy.
That would be the Sith Academy, as opposed to the Jedi Academy. When she says old academy, does she mean the academy we visited in the previous game, or an even older one? Because I don't know how old the academy was in the previous game, to be clear. I'm just wondering if it's the same one. What happened here?
It was said that Revan intended to return to Korriban to subdue any potential Sith insurgents, but Revan disappeared. It took a year or two for the Republic to send a force here to deal with any Sith that may have remained. They found Korriban much as we have, barren and lifeless. It was assumed that the remnants of the Sith turned on each other, vying for what little power remained. The Republic found evidence that several Sith lords escaped Korriban, fleeing to remote sections of the galaxy.
That sounds more like it. Do you think there are any living Sith here?
As lifeless as it seems, the dark side is very strong here. The Sith lords would not ignore such a powerful place. There is much that can be learned, even here. You should go to the ruins of the old academy. If there are any traces here of Sith, that is where they would be.
Let's head out then.
If you walk Korriban's surface, you shall walk it without me.
Why? Why wouldn't you come with me?
I cannot. This place is strong with the dark side. It is difficult to center myself here. Korriban holds few secrets from me, but much that you should learn.
Very well. Stay here and keep the engines primed in case we need to leave quickly.
I will remain here and meditate. Our link remains. I shall contact you and provide guidance when needed. The academy is on the other side of this valley. Be careful. Dark energy fills these ruins, and even the fallen Sith live still.
She's probably referring to spirits. Last time we were here, that was in the previous game, playing a different character, we did in fact encounter the ghost of a Sith Lord. And as the Star Wars franchise is established in some of the films, characters that have passed on, if at least if they were very strong in the Force, never truly ceased to be. So that's probably what she was referring to. Right, I think Visas is an easy pick. Question is, who else do we take with us? Disciple, maybe. He's just become a Jedi, hasn't he? So yeah, he'd be a good pick. In fact, if we're doing that, let's go out with just Disciple so that he can get... Assuming this works... assuming the algorithm the game uses still works based on the character with the most XP in the party, let's have him come out with just us, because we should be the highest level member of the group, so that he gets as many levels as possible, and then we'll have Visas join us almost immediately.
The structures you see around you are the plundered tombs of the ancient Sith lords. Each tomb was once infused with the history and heritage of the old Sith Empire, containing great mysteries and powerful relics of the Force. However, even the many traps could not long hold back the curious, the fools, and the weak. And so these tombs fell, spilling their secrets into the hands of those unable to comprehend or preserve them.
Goodness.
I am listening.
Right, let's level up Disciple. That seems reasonable, I suppose. Blimey. What features are we going to want to give him? I suppose we should also give him a lightsaber, shouldn't we? So perhaps Flurry? That's probably a reasonable pick. Just wondering if he has conditioning. I can never remember what the symbol for conditioning is. Yes, he does. Powers. Well, he can definitely have heal. Oh. He got 2 powers. That's nice. Wow, he can even get Master Heal once he levels again. Or once he levels up and is granted more powers. Okie doke. Good. Master Heal, that's going to be a big asset. Question is, what else do we want to give him? Revitalize, it's got to be, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, no more powers this level. Were we increasing his dexterity before? Probably, so we'll keep that up. Right. Revitalize. And improved Revitalize. Excellent so far. Right, where to from here? Honestly, the stun droid tree has always served us well. Unarmed Specialist. This character has gained extra experience in hand-to-hand combat and is able to strike much harder than other combatants, adding 1 to 4 to damage to all unarmed attacks. This feature is automatically gained at 2nd level. Huh. I suppose we should seriously consider having him as an unarmed character then. Interesting. Right, he's got Master Flurry, doesn't he? Just trying to think, if we were to have him unarmed instead of using a lightsaber, what would we want to increase? And is that in fact what we want to do? Oh, he probably should have finesse, because he's going to have much higher dexterity than strength. So we'll go with that. Blimey. All this leveling, he's become very powerful very quickly, hasn't he? Right, I think this is the last level he's going to get for the time being. Can detect blast of fire without a lightsaber. That sounds like the sort of thing. Right, if we're going to try you out as unarmed, let's take your weapons away. Do we have anything that can boost your dexterity a little more? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we do. Although, to be honest... Oh, maybe this. The Frosian are a species of large, gangly mammalian bipeds from the lush paradise of Froz. They employ the belt to help compensate for their typical clumsiness. Opponents must make an awareness check versus user stealth skill +3 or remain unaware of them. The user must have paid points into the stealth skill to use stealth mode. Combat disrupts the field, but mundane tasks do not. That's okay. The other choice would be an immortality belt. I might give that to Visas, actually. The Alacrity implant enhances the user's nervous system, significantly improving reaction times. We'll go with that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Huh. That's some quite impressive armor he's wearing. Wonder if we can do any better than that. Possibly not. No, I don't think we can. Fair enough. Right, quick save and we'll get into it. Oh, that reminds me. Let's have Visas join us. Where is she? There she is. Excellent.
My life is yours.
Quickly check. Oh, we were giving her a belt that makes her better at stealth because she's naturally a stealthy character. Is that what we want to do still? Or would she be better with the immortality belt? What's her dexterity right now? 25? I think that's after boosting. Yeah. Why is that 25 plus 1? Oh, that's how, because he's got armor on. His armor is meaning that he's largely not benefiting from his very high dexterity right now. I'll tell you what we'll do then. We will give him the immortality belt instead. There, his dexterity has gone down considerably. But of course his dexterity modifier is the same because the armor's massively reducing it. In fact, it's reducing it so much I'm almost tempted to have him not wear armor. What would he have otherwise? Jedi Master robes if we have them? We don't appear to. Dark Jedi Master robes, maybe. What's his modifier going to be? It's going to be +6, isn't it? So he will be harder to... He will be easier to hit if we do that. Quite a lot easier. His defense bonus will go from 13 down to... what was it? It's going to be 3 + 6, so 9. So it'll go down by 4. But he will have a much, much easier time striking people, I believe. And should do higher damage. Yeah, we'll do that. Shame it's got to be Dark Jedi Master Rhodes, but that's what we got. Okie dokie. So save again. Let me just double check that he is now benefiting from his full dexterity bonus. He is. His full dexterity modifier, I should say. Right. So perimeter check. And there is something behind us this time?
Ahead lies the tomb of Naga Sadow, successor to Marka Ragnos, and the Sith Lord responsible for nearly conquering the Republic in the Great Hyperspace War a millennia ago.
Tell me more.
More recently, this tomb was where Revan confronted Uthar Vin, the leader of the Sith Academy. When Revan left Korriban, the Sith Academy was thrown into turmoil. With their leader gone, many fought for the right to rule. And so, the Sith here turned on each other, resulting in the carnage you can see covering the surface of this valley.
Right, I know exactly where we are now. Because I knew this wasn't where we had landed in the first game. And she obviously told us that we were landing near some Sith, the tombs of some Sith Lords. But I didn't know for certain that it was the same set of tombs we visited in the first game. But that does appear to be the case, in which case the old academy...
This was the tomb of Tulak Hord, known as the greatest lightsaber duelist of the Sith Lords.
Tell me more.
His skill was considered remarkable even in his time, when many true lightsaber masters lived.
Are you saying modern Jedi are poorly skilled with the lightsaber?
If you were to face an ancient Sith Lord in combat, you would learn that we are as children playing with toys compared to the prowess of the old masters.
Interesting. What made him so good?
That is unknown, but supposedly he created a holocron to teach his technique to other Sith. The holocron would have been laid to rest in his tomb. Unfortunately, Tulak Hord's tomb was among the first penetrated by the grave robbers of the new Sith Order. If the holocron has survived, I doubt anyone living would know its location.
Interesting. I note we can't go into these. Yes, as I was saying, these are the same tombs, it would appear, that we visited in the previous game, which means when she says visit the old academy, she presumably means the same academy we visited in that game, in which case it's just up that hill and to the right.
The broken corpses before you are all that remain of the Sith on Korriban. I doubt there is much to be gained from looting these bodies. It would be best to leave them be.
Doesn't look like there's a great deal to loot.
Fool! You've disturbed the spirits of this place, and they have sent their guardians.
No, I didn't. What are these guardians?
Hissis are semi-intelligent beasts, corrupted and strengthened by prolonged exposure to the dark side. As creatures of the Force, they have a limited ability to mask their presence. Hissis are drawn to suffering and carnage. They must have fed on all the corpses left over from the war here on Korriban. The angry phantoms of the Sith, too weak to influence the sentient, have taken these Hissis as thralls to their will.
I'm actually tempted to reload here. Generally speaking, I always take the view that if I make a particular decision in a game and it's suboptimal, well, so be it. That's the decision I made and I will live with the consequences. The problem is that in this case I didn't loot the corpse. So I suppose I should stick with it, because I suppose this, you could argue the spirits of the Sith could have been confused themselves.
This one is mine.
Let me double check I didn't make a mistake. Yeah, I didn't loot it. How odd. But okay, I'll know not even to examine the corpses too closely from now on.
This way leads to the tomb of Ajanta Paul, a fierce Sith Lord. According to legend, the blade proved more fearsome than the Master, leading to his demise.
Tell me more.
Ajanta's dark spectre lived on through the centuries until Revan entered the Sith Lord's tomb in search of the blade. Revan calmed the angry ghost of Ajanta Paul and showed him the path back to the light.
Did I? No, that is not what happened. I tried to, I believe. But I don't think I succeeded. You sound like you disapprove.
One who has fallen so far and done so much evil does not deserve redemption. In a way, such a turning from one's nature is cowardly, a betrayal of the self.
Uh-huh. No one is beneath redemption, Kreia. No one.
Perhaps. But redemption is a form of spiritual collapse, a fall few recover from.
What became of the blade?
Unknown. Some have suggested that the blade led to Revan's demise, as it did Ajanta Paul. That is only speculation, however. Where Revan wanders now is knowledge that only Revan holds.
Influence gained, Kreia.
Before you is the tomb of the great Sith Lord, Marka Ragnos, a half-breed who possessed tremendous strength, both physically and in the Force.
Tell me more.
Ragnos held power for over a century, using his cunning to turn his enemies against each other. His death left a great vacuum of power. We're standing close to the spot where Naga Sadow first confronted Ludo Kresh to vie for domination of the Sith. Their struggle nearly resulted in a civil war that would have torn the Sith apart before they ever threatened the Republic.
It sounds like civil wars are common among the Sith.
Yes, it is the way of the Sith. They must continually test their strength against each other, even if it means destroying themselves.
So what happened between Sadow and Kresh?
As fate would have it, a pair of hyperspace explorers from Sinagar landed on Korriban. Naga Sadow manipulated the Sith into believing they were a sign of impending Republic invasion. This fear resonated with many Sith who were discontent with the lack of expansion of the Sith Empire during the reign of Marka Ragnos. Thus, Naga Sadow became Ragnos' successor.
Interesting. Oh, look who it is.
Unnecessary observation. Targets acquired. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostilities.
Okie dokie. Destroy droid it is. That is the Force power known as Destroy Droid. I'm not quite sure why everyone seemed to ignore their action cue the moment combat began, but never mind.
The valley we just came from was full of dark energy, but this cave is darker still.
There is great power and dark energy within this cave.
That was where the refugees were hiding.
Explorations within the academy before venturing into the cave.
Okay, if that's what you think is best. Huh. Well, would you look at that?
A weakness is revealed.
Yeah, in the previous game there was a bunch of Sith students that have decided that actually being Sith wasn't for them, who tried to escape through those caves, and we helped them. Blimey. Oh, I remember where we are. So this is the back entrance to the academy. I wonder if the front entrance will be sealed.
This door was left open on purpose. Someone is expecting us.
These Takata were once trained to serve the Sith here.
You can expect more than these beasts within the academy. Be prepared.
Okie doke. Quick save and we'll go in. Oh, hello again. Haven't seen you in a long time. We never did learn your name, did we? Although you were Krea's student. Once upon a time.
She is here. Find her.
It's a trap. Get this by starting the trapped quest on Korriban. I'm really not convinced that having Disciple be a melee character is working out. What does the game say his damage should be? 5 to 14, with plus 25 to hit. Which I admit is quite a lot. Now supposing we gave him a lightsaber. It would go to 5 to 23 at plus 31 to hit, which seems like something of an improvement. And if we gave him a double-bladed lightsaber, 5 to 27 at plus 31. What was it before? Plus 31. Right. I think he can have a double-bladed lightsaber then. Yep, that seems reasonable. Goodness me, what feature are we going to pick now? I have no idea. We've picked up so many features over the course of the game. Oh, we could go for something simple like regenerate force points. Yeah, let's do that. That's always handy. Improved force barrier. Okie dokie.
I am listening.
Let's keep going. Ah, and here's the confrontation, it would appear. Or a confrontation, anyway.
Together then! This one is mine!
How long have they been there? Hard to say, isn't it? I don't think originally we could go through there. That is in the previous game. I think this was the way out before. That is to the... Why is there a bag here? Okay, I should probably take this due to the data pad to KOTOR. These KOTOR are getting to be a major obstacle in our hunt for Sith holocrons. We've been trying to use our stealth generators to sneak past them, but then some fool bumped into one of them wandering around and got himself eaten. Now the taste of fresh blood has driven the beasts wild. Is this the way? I remember this is where... In the previous game, when we infiltrated the Sith Academy, we were given a bed over there, I think. This can't have been the way to the main entrance then. It must have been back the way we came. Blimey.
I shall make this one cease.
Defend yourself!
Datapad new recruits. Note to new students, in the absence of many Sith Masters, basic training has been automated. To begin using the training system, access the nearest student terminal and enter new recruit to create a new user ID. If you encounter any difficulties, solve them yourself. Students who are too weak to be self-reliant will soon fail here. I guess I may as well be looting about here then. Twi'lek's Corp. Twi'lek Corps, I should say. Twi'lek Treasure Hunter. This is a work log of a Twi'lek Treasure Hunter. Of interest is the last entry. AJ thinks I'm wasting my time, but I'll make it past this door, even if I have to blow it to bits with the thorium charges. We were sent here for the holocrons, and I refuse to be the only one to return empty-handed. That was the door of the old Academy Master.
You have left me an opening! You have left me an opening!
We should, thinking about it, we should think about whether Visas is best off with her old lightsaber. Because she has a short lightsaber, doesn't she? So she's currently doing 7 to 31 at plus 34. Now supposing we gave her a double-bladed lightsaber. 5 to 23 at plus 28. Okay, that was significantly worse. What if we gave her just a normal lightsaber? 5 to 23 at 32. Perhaps she is best off with her short lightsaber. That's really interesting. I wonder why that is. Did we upgrade that short lightsaber significantly? Where would I check that? Oh, she's coming along well on the light side, isn't she? What was I saying? Yes, where would we check that? There. Yes, we've significantly upgraded it. Okay, next time we get to a workbench, we should see about removing those upgrades and then perhaps giving her a double-bladed lightsaber.
A lightsaber was used to fuse this door shut.
A dark Jedi left her impression here. This door has been sealed intentionally.
This heavily reinforced door has been fused shut. Leave the door. Yes, that is indeed the room of the old Academy Master. Trying to remember which ways we've been. Have we been these ways yet? Yes. So perhaps it was down there and down there we haven't been. Or perhaps I'm just forgetting. That one wasn't opened by us, that was open... Yes, we haven't been down here. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Or that. Oh, I think that one might be supposed to be broken. Hold on. I saw that wiggly air. Okie dokie. Back to the computer terminal. Yeah, that one can't be interacted with. So we were given instructions about how to create a new user on the computer systems, weren't we, in one of the data pads. Enter new recruit. I'm wondering if I should swap out one of the characters for Baldur due to his high computer skill. Maybe I will. Assuming I'm allowed. I may not be allowed. Okay, I'm not allowed. Do any of these characters have a decent computer skill? Or are we out of luck? Wait, light mastery plus 3 constitution. I didn't know that was a thing. Light mastery plus 3 wisdom. I didn't know that was a thing. Computer use. Plus 2, plus 0, plus 8. So no one's very good with computers. I suppose the best we can do is disciple her. Computer, access system commands. Error. System commands disabled at this terminal, resetting. New recruit. New recruit recognized, creating new user account. Your student ID is... memorize your ID, losing your user ID may result in disciplinary action. Good thing... Oh... I was just writing it down. Enter new recruit. Error, database overflow, too many accounts. Contact. Okay, access system commands. I have no idea which one it was. I really don't. Crow told you that there's great power coming from a cave on Korriban. She advised you to explore the academy before venturing into the cave. Well, it's just pot luck, isn't it? Let's go with the third one. Login incorrect. Resetting. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Okay, I think what I need to do then, as irritating as it is I need to copy all of these down. And then I'll tick the one that it is when it succeeds. So that's the first one copied. That's the second one copied. I've noticed that they're quite liberally mixing zeros and letter O's. So let me draw the number zeros with a line through them. B853S 500 X001. Excellent. Is it the top one? No. It's not that one. The top one corresponds to that one now, I think. Which one's that? What would have been the next one in the list, actually? Maybe that's the easy way. The next one in the list would have been that one. That one's not it. Okay. After that, we have 8B. It's not that. So, by the process of elimination, it must be the B8 one, that one. Right. Last one I tried, but we got there. Greetings, student. Message of the day follows. Due to the absence of a headmaster, we have switched to an automated training system until further notice. Choose a command. Access learning material, access training room, take the level 1 written test. Access learning material. Level 1 access granted. Interesting. Access training room. Access denied. Message follows. Level 1 students must complete the level 1 written test before being allowed into the training room. Huh. Isn't this interesting? I know it's tempting to increase his computer use so that we'll be better on all computing relating tasks going forwards. But we're only ever going to use that here, because normally we can change our party on the fly. So I think that would be a mistake. I think we should just keep increasing the things he's already good at. Does Visas have the force deflection? Where would that be? Oh, this is features, so it wouldn't appear there. This is different. Goodness me, what were we improving? 2-weapon fighting? No, we weren't. Although if we want to give her a 2-handed weapon going forwards, that might not be such a bad idea. Yeah, I think so. She does have the deflection. What, if anything, were we increasing up till now? We were probably doing stun, stasis field. Excellent. Let's keep going. Right, so that was probably the... Was that the front exit in the previous game up here? Yes, I think it must have been. For what good that does us. Okie dokie. Here we go. Not going well for them, is it? The enemy, I mean. Visas keeps getting injured. Until we actually need her to do some stealthing, I think we're better off giving her the immortality belt. Oh, did we already give that away? We may have already given that away. Yeah, we did. Okay. Do we have the next one down? The immunity belt, was it? Or something like that? No. Okay. Well, if we acquire another one in the future, then we know who could benefit. Oh dear. What about this way? Where does this go? Oh, more quarters. Like I say, I'm pretty sure this wasn't a direction we could travel in the previous game. Blimey, there's a lot of them. There we go. They've been dealt with. Now this is interesting, isn't it? It looks almost like the Academy used to continue in that direction, but then they decided to block it off. Okay. Oh, that looks annoying. Wait, but I've got a breath mask on. I should be fine. did they get behind us? Oh, I suppose there's a lot of Academy that we haven't been to so far. It just seemed odd that we were attacked from in front and behind at the same moment. Alrighty. Let's keep going. Just trying to get my bearing. That's the front. That's the back. Have we been this way? I don't remember seeing this way before. Maybe that's the way we opened up. So that's the way we just went, isn't it? And that's the way we went previously. Let me double check my map to make sure I'm not wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. So this must be the area that we opened up. Yes, it's the library. This is the area we opened up on the computer terminal. Okay. This doesn't look like a trap at all. Why are there so many Sith assassins here? And why are they in stealth mode? If they're here to assassinate me, then I don't understand why they spread out through the facility like this. Surely it would make more sense if they all attacked me at once. If they're not here to attack me, they just happen to have made the old academy their base, and why are they all in stealth mode? Datapad, thorium charges. Contractors, read this first. Use the thorium charges in this locker only as a last resort to clear a blocked door. This structure is very old and unstable, and cave-ins could damage or destroy the artifacts we were sent here to collect. I deserve that. That means I'm not getting into that room. Oh well. Primary buffer overflow, data corrupted. Repair, bypass all systems to the secondary buffer. Do we have anyone that's decent at repair? +2, +0, +4. Okay, Disciple, it's up to you. Oh wait, computer, connect to secondary buffer. Key buffer overflow. Bypass all systems to the secondary buffer. Failure. Error. Unspecified. Oh dear. Alright, can we boost his computer or his computing or repair abilities? He's already wearing items that improve it. We may be out of luck here.
I am ready.
Yeah, I'm just out of luck, aren't I? I'm just gonna have to take the test without it. Shame I didn't bring a character with me that's that brings a lot of utility. What was it? It was the 8B one, I think. Nope. Which one was it? B8. The level 1 test contains 5 questions. At the end of the test, you will be told how many questions you answered correctly. To proceed to level 2, you must correctly answer 4 questions. It is recommended that you study the learning material in the library before proceeding. Unfortunately, that's not an option. Which of the following Sith Lords is not entombed upon Korriban? It's Freedom Nad, I think. Freedom Nad. A number of Sith Lords conducted the burial ritual of the great Marka Ragnos. The ritual required all Sith Lords in attendance to be evenly spaced in a perfect circle. Ludo Kresh led the ritual from the coveted 6th position, directly opposite Simus in the 16th. How many Sith Lords conducted the burial ritual? $20. No. 21. No, let me think about this. They're adding 10 to get to the opposite position. Yeah, that would be 20, wouldn't it? It can't be 21 because it's going to be even. It would have to be... The only thing that's confusing me is then who's opposite 20. Oh, it'd be 10, wouldn't it? Yeah, that adds up. So 1 to 11. Yep, 20. Question 3. Which of the following creatures would be least suitable as a pet for a Sith Lord? Hiss, Skyrack, Tukata, Gizka, Boma Beast. Gizka, because we learnt from the previous game they're cute little cuddly animals. Although can cause problems. Which of the following statements is not a paradox? The student teaches instructor who teaches his student. I don't think that is. I always lie. That's a contradiction. This statement is false. To be powerful, one must have an army. To have an army, one must be powerful. That's a catch-22, which is a bit different. Is no the answer to the question? So it's 1 of 4 that they're thinking isn't. See, the student teaches instructor who teaches his student just sounds like a mutual learning situation. Whereas to be powerful, one must have an army. To have an army, one must be powerful is a catch-22. I think it's probably number 1 they think isn't the paradox. I say that because there's nothing about teaching someone which prohibits also being taught. In the case of the I always lie, in the case of this statement is false, and in the case of is no the answer to the question, in all cases you you run into a how do you express this concisely? You run into the problem whereby you run into a contradiction. I can't think of a more succinct way to put it. by any given solution, to the problem is to any given the statement itself contradicts its own answer, if that makes sense. I don't think I'm explaining it very well, but that is not the case with 1 and 4. But at least with 1 and 4, sorry, at least with 4, oh, it's all going so well until I try to put it into words. So to be powerful, one must have an army. To have an army, one must be powerful. That's not a paradox, though, but neither is the student teaches instructor who teaches his student. I suppose you could argue that one... I don't think it is a paradox, but I suppose you could argue that one is a contradiction in terms, because if the student is teaching his instructor, then he is by definition an instructor. Except that's not actually true, because people can teach things indirectly. But I disagree with the use of paradox here, but I suppose the only statement which doesn't contain a contradiction is 4. So we'll go with 4. Question 5. The path to breaking chains is passion, strength, power, victory. Strength, passion, victory, power. Victory, power, strength, passion. Power, victory, passion, strength. I believe we found the answer to this in the previous game, and I'm not going to go back and look up the answer to that because our character wouldn't know about that. We were playing a different character in the previous game. So I suppose I'll have to try and deduce it. I think it might be the first one, something like through passion you gain strength, through strength you gain power, through power you gain victory. I can't see passion being anything but the first one. Test results. 4 out of 5 questions correct. Test passed. Oh, so it doesn't even tell me which one I got wrong. Access training room. Level 2 access granted. Wonderful. Oh, I am sore about... Oh, we're under attack again.
To battle.
Where did you come from?
You have left me an opening.
I am sore about destroying those thorium charges. Wait. Would I get away with any old mine? Does it have to be thorium charges? Deadly frag mine? Problem is, how would I set it off? I couldn't set it off remotely, could I? When you blast doors open using mines, there's a specific dialogue option to do so, which I wasn't... It's not a dialogue option, is it? A specific... No, it is a dialogue option, isn't it? It's a context option. You click on the door and then you get the little bar at the top. Since that wasn't presented, that's not going to work. Speaking of, though, how do I get to level 2? This way? Could be? Yes, I think it would be. Oh dear.
Poison spreading through my body.
So perhaps through here's the final confrontation? I remember this room. What was that room? That was the torture chamber, wasn't it? Where they were doing their interrogations. Starving Tukata. Oh dear, they're not doing very well, are they? Not very well at all. Begin training sequence. They're probably just going to release them all on me. Resolve. Level 16 training sequence initiated. Yep. Poor things. They didn't ask for this. Ooh, didn't the interrogation room have a workbench? I think it may have done. Training complete. Processing results. Training failed. Reason time elapsed. Infraction. Unacceptable performance for level 16 students. Report to detention room for disciplinary action. Oh, that was supposed to happen. I was gonna say, I don't see how we could have done it much faster, realistically.
Is there something we should see here?
An empty cage is all you find. We searched the whole academy. Where is Master Zash? Datapad. Lona Zash. Lona Zash. This is the journal of Master Lona Zash. I found the Sith that I came to Korriban looking for. Their leader, Darth Sion, is a perversion of the dark side such I have not seen before. He seems to be a volatile brute and should therefore be easy to coerce. Before I left, I managed to create a system account under my name on the console in the room here that will allow me to open the door back to the valley. Item received. Double-bladed lightsaber. Oh, there wasn't a workbench in here. That was my mistake. Access system commands. Enter Lona Zash. Error unspecified. A datapad appears to be stuck in the console, but can probably be removed by jostling it from left to right. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Oh, access granted. Fair enough. Play the last security recording. Nothing happened. Open the front door. Let me check that things are otherwise still working properly in the game. Items received. Datapad. Car offer Otok.
Yes? Is some...
Yep, the game's still playing dialogue. I don't know why the security log didn't work properly. In the datapad left for you, it is revealed that Zash and her Padawan left Korriban to go to a planet called M4-78. That's the missing planet that's added by the mod. So perhaps the reason the cutscene didn't play is because they... I don't know. I was going to say perhaps the game didn't properly have it... didn't release with it, and as a result they couldn't restore it. But I mean, we clearly saw two people in the room when we cancelled out of the console, and the cutscenes we get, such as security logs, they actually do render in the world. When the camera cuts to a hologram speaking, they actually project a hologram in the room and then move the camera. If for some reason you end up exiting out of a cutscene early, you can actually see the holograms in the environment around you doing the things you see them doing in the cutscene. So that makes me think that the cutscene should have worked and was released with the game. I don't know. Car erased the planet's coordinates from the datapad, but it should still be possible to recover some of that data. Ask T3M4 about this. I will do so. Oh, I really mucked this one up, didn't I? Oh, here's our encounter.
I have been poisoned.
We'd better keep going. Is that Darth Sion then?
Did you come here for answers? There are none. The call of Korriban is strong, but it is the call of the dead. I have studied you, immersed myself in you. I know the paths you walked in exile. I know your teacher. I know the fires that raged upon the Dux and Moon while the Republic died around you. You know war. You know battle. And I know of Malachor. You know what it means to be broken. The one who travels with you will destroy you, as she did me. I can end it before it begins.
What do you know of Kreia?
I know her as an apprentice knows their master, and as a master knows an apprentice.
What do you want with her?
I want her to die, and see all that she has built cast down, all that she holds dear in shards at her feet.
Why? I will not, I will not let you harm her.
But you do not know her as I do. You have not survived her teachings as I have, and you have not bested her in battle as I have. You are nothing. Yet still she walks with you, is willing to sacrifice herself for you. You are a wretched thing, a thing of weakness and fear. You are her apprentice in name only. I am the master, and that is why you will die.
Uh-huh. Let's see how that goes.
You are no longer.
Oh, did he just fully heal? Alright, if he's gonna do that, let's focus out some of the less powerful enemies first. Just so that we don't have to worry about their damage over time. Ow!
Scion. He cannot be defeated. He is not a beast of flesh and blood. This is not a battle that can be won. Flee.
Now you tell me. Anything else you want to share?
There will be another time, but it is not now, not here, while Korriban runs through him.
Do not harm her. I command it. She has earned this. She and I will meet again.
Interesting. Oh well, I think there was a bunch of things in there that I could have done if I'd played more carefully, but never mind. Let's find out about this cave. And then let's find out about this planet. Half-eaten corpse. Wait, I was... Oh, okay, I was about to say I was warned not to loot them, wasn't I? But this does actually have a datapad on it. To Kataryn's Chirac. This datapad appears to belong to a Sith Tukata trainer. I've released several of my best trained Tukata into the caves to finally eradicate the Chirac infestation. So far, so good. My only concern is the eagerness the beasts have for the hunt. I must apply extra punishment to the Tukata that ignore their masters before they revert back to their predatory nature. Yes. Interesting. Bit of infighting there. I must say, so far, it looks like Korriban's going to be a very very short planet, especially compared to the others. Didn't miss anything, did I? No. Let's keep going. That was weird. Wasn't this where in the previous game we fought that deadly beast that hunts Jedi and Sith? Which I've forgotten the name of. I don't like the lighting bug that seems to be going on here. Circlet of Suresh. It's more than just a lighting bug. The game stops rendering properly. Like, while I've got this dark thing over the screen, this is what happens if I try to open the main menu. And then it works when I'm, it's not dark. Very strange. Could be a problem with rendering shadows, maybe?
This one is mine.
Well, if it's just this one cave, we'll live with it. Since we've been playing this game for several dozen hours so far. I don't think this is the first time we've seen this bug, but I seem to remember right at the beginning of the game we had a very similar problem, and we fixed it by turning off one of the... by modifying our display options. And we haven't seen this bug since.
Defend yourself! Everyone, on their guard!
Such a strange bug.
You have left me an opening! You have left me an opening!
Oh, interesting. These ceramic jars have items then. Right. Okay. Did we miss some ceramic jars back this way? Yes. Now, it was on the other side of that bridge in the previous game that we fought that Jedi hunting beast that I've forgotten the name of. And it was also that direction in which the renegade Sith students escaped.
You are no match for us. A weakness is revealed.
Okie dokie. Blimey.
Everyone, on their guard.
We do seem a little over-leveled for this section, don't we?
Me an opening.
I think it was the same in the previous game. By the time we got to Korriban, we were quite high level, and it was very easy. It's as if the developers thought for some reason players would want to go to Korriban very, very early. Wrong way. Back this way. Yeah, but it's funny because Korriban is also the... In both games, Korriban was the farthest world from where you begin the game. That's a little worrying. Physical boost implant, eh?
This battle is joined.
Can't do anything very much while this bug is in effect.
You are no match for us.
Right, can you two get back over here?
A weakness is revealed.
Okay, wonderful. That got a bit silly, but we survived. So we're still being tracked then, even though Darth Scion, was it, specifically gave instructions not for us to be killed. Some of the Sith are still tracking us and having a jolly good go at it. Now I can see there's some cloaked beasts over there, but due to the bug, if I approach them, I'm not going to be able to... Ah, this is the way that the renegade Sith students went, and it's blocked off. Yeah, if I approach them this way, I'm not going to be able to do much, am I? Oh, this is annoying. More Sith. Hello. That's new.
I felt coming through the cave is just ahead. I believe you are strong enough to explore the tomb ahead. This tomb has not been plundered. Its mysteries may still be intact, but so might its traps. Take great caution.
I guarantee its
I
traps
sense a
well.
great presence within this tomb. Master, it calls to you.
It's a wall of the dark force. I am not strong enough to go through.
You will have to face the challenges of this tomb alone. Are you ready?
Yep. I will go on alone. Hopefully that graphical bug stops now. Strange.
Do not heed the words of the Jedi Council. The Republic will fall if we do not act now. Already the Mandalorians have taken 3 systems along the rim. They will only grow more powerful with time.
That's Bastilla.
Come stand with me. We will use our might to help the Republic in its time of need. Join Revan and I. Together,
That's Malak.
we will battle this menace.
I've been here. This is when you recruited me for the Mandalorian War.
The Jedi Council is wise, but will take too long to deal with this threat. We must act now to stop the Mandalorians. I have heard of you. Your masters speak well of you, of your skills in battle. Join us.
You do know you're just a vision.
But the war is real. The suffering is real. The death toll the Mandalorians inflict are all very real.
I joined without hesitation against the wishes of the Council.
The Jedi Council is wise, but can make mistakes. History has proven this time and time again. The Council seems content to watch, to debate, while entire systems fall to the Mandalorians. If we don't act now, there may be no Republic army to assist in the future. I sense you will join us. What are your reasons?
I couldn't sit by while so many suffered.
A good reason. Delay would have brought ruin, and there was much suffering. You had to act. It was within our power to end the war, and the Council chose to debate behind closed doors, while planets burned.
Interesting choices. We never gave them a chance to reveal their plan, or I still won't tell you anything, my reasons are my own, or I think they were making a mistake, we barely won the war, just in time. Or, when aren't they wrong? They're misguided fools, or I don't know what they were planning, but I should have trusted in their wisdom. I think they were making a mistake, we barely won the war, just in time.
Yes, that's right. Without us, the Republic would have been no more. And the Council, their vaunted wisdom, bred only in action. And that would have led to destruction greater than anything born of the dark side. So, if you could do it all again, the real question is, would you? The Mandalorians await on the edge of space, eager to crush the Republic. You know how this turns out. Would you do it any different? Knowing what it costs you? Knowing what it costs the rest?
So my choices are, I wouldn't do anything differently. I mean, my choices have made me the person I am today. Or I would have heeded the Council's warnings, and missed the carnage of war? Never. 1. I wouldn't do anything differently. My choices were... Why can't I speak today? I wouldn't do anything differently. My choices have made me the person I am today.
So knowing all that would transpire, would you still follow Revan and I? Excellent. And now you are all alone. Would you join me now? You didn't follow Revan and I down our path. Join us. Your journey hasn't ended yet.
Oh, is this? This tomb wasn't here before. Is this Malak's tomb? Wait, Bastilla didn't join you. She warned us all to obey the Council.
She didn't join us that day. But in time, she came to our way of thinking. And even before then, she wavered and wondered what would have happened. It is a familiar path. There were those who wished to follow you to war, yet remain behind. They came to hate you for the choices they wished to make.
He's referring to Disciple. I didn't follow you then, and I certainly won't now.
Are you so certain? Every step along the way, we did what we thought was right. Perhaps the same path lays before you. But the time of words are done. Now it is time you experienced the full power of the dark side.
Okie dokie. Blimey. I should probably write these names down. Kariaga Sin, Talvon Essen, Malak, of course, this could turn nasty, since I don't have any backup. Zasset, Terep, and Bastilla. Okie dokie. I should probably, if I have it, put up Master Energy Shield right away, since I'm expecting a lot of lightsabers to come out. Oh, look at all the different coloured lightsabers. I swear some of them are disappearing before I attack them. Okay, this is a massively nerfed Malak. That was nowhere near as dangerous as I thought it would be. Okie dokie. So I came from this way, did I? And it's locked. Fair enough. Alright. Let's keep exploring. More sky racks. Interesting. Here's a question. Should I be plundering this tomb? Probably not, unless something comes up which is extremely relevant to what I'm doing. Yep, not going to plunder that. Okay, that was a dead end, fair enough. What about this way? This looks like it may be the mirror image. Oh no, last time... This is different. Last time it curved around more slowly and gracefully. Again, I'm not going to loot this place, but it's worth checking what's here. Interesting. So previously the sky racks were in the far room. This time they're in the corridor before the far room. And it looks like there's something on the floor over there, possibly a body. So this direction seems different. Severed arm holding data pad. Blimey. That's very strange. Blown out data pad. That is worth taking. I don't think... I think this is categorically different. It's very unlikely this is how this tomb was originally... how it was when it was originally created. This datapad is blown out and inoperable. However, its final message remains burnt into the display. The others were confident they could sneak past the Skyrack breeding grounds. I was ordered to lock the door and await their return. I hope they find us a way out of this tomb. These visions threaten to break through all the discipline I've gained in my training. Ooh. Alright, let's open that door. Blimey. Good thing I'm so high level at this point. gonna take a while, isn't it? Hold on. Couldn't I just... That would also work, actually. Oh, that bug's recurring. Oh, we leveled though. That's interesting. I definitely instructed Liza to use Force Wave more than that. So does the bug also clear our combat queue? Where did the owner of that arm go? It looked relatively fresh since there wasn't much sign of decay and the blood looked very bright red and vibrant. Strange. Huh. Quick save here, I suppose. Oh, blimey, I have more skill points. I guess start increasing demolitions again? It's that or something like computer use, but normally I would have a character with me that's good with computers, so that's just not a worthwhile investment. Wait, that one. Right, let's keep going. There definitely wasn't anything in here worth looking at, was there? Don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Where does that go? There's light coming down. Does that mean that goes to the outside world? If so, is there just a hole in the ground somewhere? Strange. Interesting. More fuzzy force power.
Com says we've lost another heavy droid transport. How can we break through the Mandalorian lines without support? The path is mined and the place is crawling with enemies. I know we've got our orders to press forward, but we're at quarter strength. We can't, General. It's impossible. We need to retreat.
This is Duxon, the heart of the Mandalorian Crusade.
We know, General. But we just don't have enough men to accomplish our objective, no matter how important. We already lost half the men just getting to the path. They've got the rest of the company pinned down by the crash site. You can't possibly ask the troops to go forward. If you ask us to charge, will it make a difference? Will our sacrifice mean something?
Only Revan could answer that. Even afterwards, no one could piece together exactly what happened. We won, though.
We will press forward if you ask it. The path is mined. If you ask us to charge, there will be losses, General.
Demolitions. Let me go through. Let me go first this time. I'll try and disable the mines.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
Okay, this bug is really getting annoying. Let me quickly go to the graphics options. Let's try turning shadows off. That's not done it. Oh, I can turn force speed effects off. I probably should have done that a long time ago. Frame buffer effects? Could that be what's causing it? Looks like it. Actually, I suppose, pedantically speaking, I should double check. Oh, it's just working now. It wasn't force speed effects, was it? Huh, it's just working now. Very odd. I was going to say, because I didn't have force speed activated, so that shouldn't have made a difference, but I mean, you never know. If there's a bug, it could be for very strange reasons indeed. Huh. So that's why I went back and turned the frame buffer effects back on, just to absolutely verify that for some really strange reason it wasn't turning this option on that was causing the bug. But now the game seems to be behaving. Hold up. But I do want that off, don't I? Because I don't appreciate that particular effect. I didn't notice. Are these mines becoming more difficult to disable or not? Also, were this vision seems to be specific to my character's history. So were these mines always here, or have they been materialized somehow? Because it's one thing for me to have a vision and believe that I'm fighting.
And now we fight.
Believe I'm fighting some Jedi I once knew, when in fact my character may just be hallucinating. I suppose I could have been hallucinating the mines, but as far as I'm aware, they were actually going into my inventory. Well, that was a pretty convincing win. Let's keep going, I guess. Incidentally, that door's shut. Is it locked now? No. Right, once again, we have 3 directions we could travel in. There doesn't appear to be anything in here. Well, I mean, in a literal sense there is, but nothing I can interact with. Maybe this was part of the game that got heavily cut, and then when they restored it, they didn't populate it with items in the way the developers would have. Just guesswork, I could be completely wrong. Again, I'm not looting, but it is worth seeing what's here just in case. How are my missions going? Right, my only missions seem to be... The only missions I have seem to be the Lost Jedi, which is the main quest, which... Blimey, that's deep. Which is the main quest that we've been following the entire game, and quests to do with the area we're currently in. There's no outstanding missions on Korriban other than this, so far as I can tell. Ooh, left or right? Is there anything in the vicinity to indicate why I should choose one over the other? Not really. Alright, arbitrarily let's go left. Interesting. What if I chose the other direction, since that's got one of those fancy force? Okay, this looks less interesting. So let's go this way first, since this might be an optional path. So far so good. Oh, did that cancel it? Apparently. A body in the center of the room with a dead Jedi even. Okay. Nabelish's datapad. This is a journal of the Jedi Nabelish. Most of the data has been purposely deleted. One entry remains. The visions! The visions! They fought to trick me by taking in the form of my fellow Jedi, but my discipline is so strong. I tricked them back. One fell to the shy rack, and the others fell to my lightsaber. Oh, more of those Sith. The cloaked beasts. That's the wrong attack. There we go, that's more like it. Where's the other one? Very nice of them to take turns, wasn't it? Okie dokie. Let's keep going. Ooh, do they have both hands? I only see one hand. I'm wondering if that could be Kreia from behind, or rather a vision of Kreia.
You are to
Indeed.
be commended for making it this far.
Well, it obviously isn't actually Kreia, so Kreia, what are you doing here? If you knew of a shortcut to get here, why didn't you tell me? Or it's good to see a friendly face in here. All don't seem appropriate, but I guess we'll go with number 3. It's good to see a friendly face in here.
You've revisited the dark moments of your past, and now you must face the present.
That is not her normal outfit, is it? There's a darker colour scheme going on there. What do you mean?
Your confusion is natural. The others and I will help you understand.
The others?
Get away from her! She's a dark Jedi.
Okay, I'll play along. What makes you think Kreia is a Dark Jedi?
Atten, I've had enough of your snide contempt.
Despite our differences, we need to work together.
Hey, what's the commotion here?
Stay out of this, Beodor. This is a personal dispute between Atten and myself.
You're threatening Atten with a lightsaber, and I'm supposed to just stay out of it? No.
Everybody, put away your weapons. Oh, not T3. It's all over now.
3 of you would challenge me? You sorely underestimate the power of the Force.
Think again, Kreia. Your dark influence will end.
Your friends are all arrayed against me. Will you stand for this?
You're all just visions anyway. It doesn't matter what I do.
So you will do nothing? Apathy is death. Worse than death. Because at least a rotting corpse feeds the beasts and insects.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Beep, beep, beep. Tweet, tweet.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Statement. Apathy is death.
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 Have they all turned on me? Yep. Although, why is Atten already quite badly injured? That's interesting. Could that have been an injury from when we last played with him in the party? And because of the way the game works, it actually has loaded the Atten character here. Ah, perhaps the developers would do that as a way to make sure that all the characters have the items I actually gave them and the abilities I've given them when they leveled up, so that these do actually represent the characters as I have customized them. Actually, that makes sense. When you look at Disciple, he's got the Dark Jedi robes on and a lightsaber. So, yes, I think that's exactly what's happened here. Okay. Right. What level is everybody? Goto is the lowest level, followed by HK-47 and Mandalore. So, start there, I guess. Wait. Master energy resistance. Let's lead with that. Then we'll attack Goto. Ow, that hurt so much. What is going on? I can't target Goto. Okay, change of plan. Let's just force weight this. Huh. That was even more effective than I expected it to be. Well then. That could have gone a lot worse. Let's press on. Is that me? That's me as a Dark Jedi next to a figure I don't recognise. It could be Revan. Darth Revan, it is. I'm a little worried that they're animating but not talking. I wonder if we've got that bug again where the dialogue doesn't work. We'll have to see. Revan, but I thought you turned away from the dark side. Revan's not actually fighting me right now, So let's focus on my duplicate. Oh, I like the fact that the games realised I had a double-sided lightsaber and given my duplicate a double-sided lightsaber, but they bothered to change it to a red one. That's a nice little touch. Wow, my duplicate did not do very well there. Oh, I get it. You're not really Revan. You're just another vision. Game? Okay, that was weird. I seriously hope that the reason we weren't getting any dialogue there is because there isn't any recorded, and not because the game was being buggy again. Because there's a possibility the game was being buggy again, I won't save until we've verified that... Wait, I'm actually losing here. Master energy resistance followed by heal and heal. Ow! Okay, I think we've turned this around. Yeah, we've turned this around. What was I thinking?
You succeeded in this trial. I am impressed.
Okay, so the dialogue is working. That wasn't bugged. Was I supposed to learn something from this?
Sometimes a momentary insight is worth lifetimes of experience. You may not yet understand what you learned here. That wisdom will come in the future.
I'm ready to leave.
Search the room you are in. You should be able to unlock a passage that leads outside the tomb.
Okay. Items received lightsaber. Huh. Ancient sarcophagus. Mummified Ludo Creesh. That was one of the Sith Lords we read about. When we were taking the written examination in the Sith Academy. I've forgotten which one this was. But that's very interesting, because if this tomb hasn't been looted, and I'm certain it wasn't here in the first... Sorry. Based on the fact that this tomb definitely was not in the position it was in the previous game, and the fact that it isn't Malak's tomb, so it hasn't been built recently, this is actually an ancient Sith tomb, and the fact it hasn't been looted, that all suggests that I suppose canonically it was always there, but perhaps it was covered up and then only recently a collapse in the cave revealed it or something. Again, I'm not going to loot the tomb, I just wanted to see what was there. Okay, 3 doors. What's behind door number 1? Rubble. What's behind door number 2? Also, I can't help but notice that there's, on the map, there appear to be 2 green lines and 1 blue line. So I'm guessing the green lines are doors that don't really go anywhere, like those, and the blue line is different. Oh, that's a lot. But again, I'm not looting the tomb. Not unless I saw something that was really, really relevant. Ooh, Joe Mahogra's battle armor. That might be good. We'll never know. Not unless I see something that's really, really relevant to the main quest. Wait, did I come out the same way I went in? Huh, I did. Where's the rest of my party? That's worrying. That's very worrying. Am I still in that tomb? Is this all a vision? Well, let's try to make our way back to the ship. Oh yeah, there's a blue line here. Blue lines must be transitional spots between load zones. Ship's still there. Oh well, hopefully the crew's aboard. Also, this was a very short planet.
Here, you can just barely see the Sith archaeologists' efforts to uncover relics of the ancients.
Tell me more.
The new Sith Order sought to progress quickly by finding objects of power. I can only imagine what was lost forever due to the carelessness of these excavators. Now the excavation has been almost completely undone by 5 years of wind and sand. So does Korriban protect its secrets.
Yeah, we seem to have completely covered this planet in about 2 hours, which is much faster than usual.
Of course. It would be my pleasure.
Meditation envy?
Why don't you go sit on a rocket?
Calm down. What is your problem?
I don't want to talk about it.
Alright, you know, Atten, sometimes it's no wonder you can't figure yourself out the way you lie to yourself all the time. I've hunted a lot of people in my line of work, but I never met someone who wants to get lost more than you do. I've got a pretty good idea why, but not the whole picture. I will, though. My advice? Come clean before I find out.
That guy, I don't trust him.
I do. I mean, he's alright, I guess. He's like someone who watches too many holovids. Or teaches them.
Yeah, you're right. He's boring.
Yeah, and that puts him a few ranks up the ladder from you.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not boring.
No, you're more like a shifty, lying idiot with a tendency to complain about every little thing and offer only small bits of helpful advice if pressured. He'd get beaten to death on Nar Shaddaa almost as soon as he landed, though.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thought I had some competition there.
Oh, well, it's not really a competition. I mean, you're kind of an idiot, Atten, and you don't shower enough, and you scratch your equipment when you think no one's looking. Don't take it too hard, though. That still makes you better than most people I've met on Nar Shaddaa.
Thanks.
And stop watching her. She's got enough problems.
Well, that was interesting. Okay.
At last, you understand, tiny Jedi.
You? Who are you? What are you doing on this
Enough. What did you see in the web of worlds that have died? What did you see when you saw it through the Force?
I see the death of the galaxy. Of life. At first, I thought it was just conquest. But it's more terrible than that. It's an echo, spreading outwards, killing everything. It's not possible.
You are a wasted pawn of the Republic, young one. You could have been so much more, even with your wide-eyed innocence, your naive love for others. Now you understand the magnitude of what is being done.
I know you. Not even the markings of the dark side can hide it. Why have you done this?
I? Do you think I seek the death of all living things? There is no victory in such things. I do not want to win our war like this, little Jedi. When I win, I wish it to be because I was right, my teachings true.
How long have you been here? Among us?
You know the truth. I have always been here, watching and listening to the echo you have found. You know its source and what must be done.
I will not let you hurt her.
Little Jedi, you cannot stop me. But you will forget this. Your mind is worse than the others, so open, so trusting. Your feelings for her are your weakness. Yet I will gift you with this. You will remember what you have discovered when the time is correct. Know that you have seen what formerly only I knew. Now we shall see if you have the strength to stop what comes.
That was very strange. Let's have a word with Visas. See if there's anything, if the relationship can be progressed.
My life for yours.
Nope.
I am prepared for whatever you wish to teach me. I understand now. I shall practice what you have taught me. My life for yours.
Okie doke. Let's keep going. Right, we had to speak to T3, didn't we? Where is T3? T3? Where are you? That's odd. Security system. I don't remember seeing that before. What does that do? Cargo hold. Oh, so I have a bunch of cameras. At least that may help me find T3 much more quickly. Why is Baldur up there? Oh no, I see what's going on there. No, that makes sense. Hey? I didn't see T3 anywhere there. Was I being blind? Ah, there you are. Deed? T3, I found a data pad belonging to KOTOR. It seems to be damaged. Oh, could you please stop moving around the ship? It's hard to find you. That's actually an option. Read. Can you salvage any data? It has the location of where he and Master Vash have gone. Car's last activity in the datapad was burned into the screen when he broke it, so you can retrieve the coordinates. Read. Deed. Read. Deed. We now have the coordinates to M4-78. Great job, T3. Excellent. And we do indeed seem to have another planet. Droid cityscape. Climate artificially maintained. Docking landing arm. Blimey. 2 planets in one stream. Well, I suppose we've done that before when we've had a stream where we're finishing off one planet and going to another, but we don't usually, we haven't usually completed an entire planet and then go to an entirely different one in one stream. Guess I should quickly change the stream title. There we go. Now this will be interesting, because I understand that this planet was heavily cut from the game. And it's only a mod that restores it. And it's not the same mod as the restoration project, which restores most of the game. Okie dokie. Now I couldn't help but notice it's described as a droid cityscape. So I should probably make sure I have at least one droid with me. Maybe two. Could this be an adventure where I actually have both HK and M4 with me? We've hit the ground. Okay, no voice acting now. This place unsettles me. Just be careful, General. Did Carl's datapad say anything about this place? You might want to keep your lightsaber sharp or do whatever you do in these situations. Oh, this is unfortunate. I think it's skipping the dialogue because it doesn't have any audio recorded as opposed to any other reason. That is a shame. That's going to make this very difficult. I can try restarting the game just to check. HK47, anything you can tell me about this place? That's it. It's possible that this is a droid world. A droid world? That's just dumb. See, I'd be happy to ask a droid world, but that's just dumb. Seems unnecessarily insulting. Did Car's datapad say anything else about this place? Did I ask that already? I think I did. Master Vash thought the Sith came here. What are they up to? What the Sith are already up to could be practically anything. Let's go.
Right. Go ahead then.
Okay, there's some dialogue. Hold up. Hold up. I want some party members. Let's take M... Oops, I didn't confirm. Let's take T3 and HK with us. I did it again, didn't I? There we go. Oh, they both leveled. Leveled again. Very good. Class skills can have a maximum skill rank of 24. Current level is +3. How did that happen then? How did I end up going over the limit? That's a bit weird. Right, what features do we want? Used as a rifle, doesn't he? So an increased... increased blaster skill's not going to help. Close combat, that would be a very good one. Improved close combat, wonderful. Blimey, he just keeps leveling. Increases dexterity. Oh, precise shot. Yeah, we really should have been increasing his precise shot. We should have been acquiring the precise shot features before now for HK probably. Oh well, we can start doing that now. Save here, I suppose, see how we get on. Hello, I am LS44 and I need you to leave this area immediately. Why do I need to leave? The central zone has been flooded with radiation and it is lethal to all organic life forms. If you entered, you would surely be killed. Was there some kind of malfunction? I do not know. Shortly after the arrival of some recent visitors, communications with the facility ceased to function and my sensors detected lethal levels of radiation. Who were these visitors? There were 2 visitors, a male organic and a female organic. That is all I know. They may be hurt or in trouble. There has to be some kind of way to get to them. I'm afraid that is not possible. My programming will not allow me to open the doors to any organic life forms until radiation output has been reduced to safe levels. No organic life forms? What about one of my droids? Yes, my program will allow for a droid to enter the facility. Which of the droids would you like to send in? Oh dear. So my choices are, I believe HK-47 will be the best choice, or with T3M4's intelligence he can solve this problem, or KOTOR could use his stealth ability to sneak past any potential dangers, or actually I'm not done exploring this place yet. HK-47 I think it's got to be, doesn't it? I do hope I don't end up regretting this decision, but if I give him the instructions to find the Jedi Master alive, he should carry those instructions out with, well, with extreme efficiency, shall we say. Let's go with that. Journal entry added. Radiation leak. LS44 has informed you that due to radiation flooding the central zone, you cannot enter the colony. You are allowed to send in a droid to investigate. Interesting. The droid goes about its business. It probably doesn't even have communications protocols installed. I'm not a fan of that sky. It's a bit bare. Oh, does HK-47 have pretty much nothing equipped? Well, we'd better rectify that situation, hadn't we? Let's go with the droid diatium plating. No, because that will reduce our dexterity. The droid Jira plating then. Originally used on starship hulls, Jira steel is the most cost-effective way to prevent the destruction of your droids. Mark II is the heaviest mass production armor available on the open market. Interesting. Oh, these are weapons. Okay, we can worry about that shortly. We probably want the anatomy upgrade, I should think. Yeah. Does it stack? If I have 2 droid anatomy libraries installed, do they stack? I don't see why they wouldn't, given how the way the game works. I'm trying to figure out why the game says you cannot equip this item. Because I don't see any prerequisites here other than droid upgrade class 3, which I thought we had. What features do we have? Yeah, we have droid upgrade class 3, I thought so. Droid upgrade class 3, usable by T3M4. Is that a prerequisite? Is it unusable by any other character? I guess so. I'm not quite sure why. Oh well, it is what it is. Hold up. If this is a droid world, there's no point having those anatomy libraries installed. Tell you what, we'll have one installed just in case, but... No, we won't. We'll have him... We'll boost his... Ah, this is a good test. If I have 2 copies of the droid exchange interface equipped, does he get... do they stack? Is his effective computing 6? Looks like it. 'Cause it says +8. So +3. Let's unequip one. +5. Yes, that does work then. Okay. That implies that 2 anatomy libraries would also work. Which seems a bit silly, but there you go. What was I thinking? So his computer use is currently 24, which is pretty useful. Repair 30. Wow. He's actually bringing a surprising amount of utility then. For a character that is essentially a combat droid. Right, let's get on with this. So what do we have here? We have a body that looks to be of a Sith, and there's some sort of contamination there. IS-57. Hello. Okay. Oh, I don't like how bare bones this planet is. Is this even rendering properly? Is this what it's supposed to look like? That looks like another Sith. What does our journal say? LS-44 has informed you that due to radiation flooding the central zone, you cannot enter the colony. You're allowed to send in a droid to investigate. Does that go back the way we came? The heavily reinforced door is magnetically sealed. It will not reopen until radiation levels return to a safe level. Really? Level? Yep. Maintenance droid. Boop, bop, doop, dop. I'm a little worried that this isn't working properly and we're stuck here. Oh no, there's another area. M4-75 logistics console. View area schematics. Download central zone schematic. Download environmental zone schematic. Download industrial zone schematic. Wonderful. Oh wow. Yeah, this is significant. Now please, tell me what subjects are in your area of interest. So my choices are: statement. A meatbag I'm travelling with implores me to allow her to accompany me while I infiltrate the colony. Or query, how can I take control over the air quality systems? Or statement, discretion is the most important role in my profession. You're not getting anything out of me. Let's go with that. I understand your hesitation, but please consider that the knowledge I possess may prove to be of great benefit for any of your potential girls. A meatbag I am travelling with implores me to allow her to accompany me while I infiltrate the colony. Is there anything else you wish to know? Tell me again how to erase the radiation. Oh, this is basically unplayable. Hold up, very quickly, let me check the page for this mod to see if I'm supposed to change settings somehow to make this actually playable. Because the way it's just skipping past the dialogue, because there's no voice acting, is just no good. Just a second. Right, found the page. Nope, there's no reference to how to fix the dialogue problem that I can see. Not after a quick look. Alright, I'll check one last thing. If I can find where I downloaded the mod. Which shouldn't take long. Here. It's just here it says follow TSL RCM's installation instructions. Oh, that's the restoration project, isn't it? Yep, so no idea. Oh well. I guess we just have to live with it, as ridiculous as this is. Provide me a background on the recent events here. Musings. A planet with... Sorry. As a result, all of the colonists were killed in a matter of seconds. Well, I don't know what led up to that. Musings. A planet without a single meatbag on it sounds like a promised land for droids. I'm staying here permanently. Or cessation. I must go. Right, now we'll read the journal entry and maybe get some more information. CS-38 suggests you see IS-18 for information about how to stop the radiation leak. Is in the industrial zone's ventilation chamber. Okay. So CS-36 droid that provided information. And IS-18 may know how to stop radiation leak. We'll try to make this reasonably quick then, I guess. I don't think I can leave this area until I've finished the questline anyway, and my last save was quite a way back. It was back in the cave on... It was back on in the tomb on... Korriban. How do I get to the industrial zone then? Up that way. Okie doke. So like I say, I suppose I'll just try to be efficient. Now, I'll tell you what I will do. I'll save again, and I'll restart the game, because I suppose there is a slim chance that this is actually a bug that we're experiencing. And... restarting the game may fix it, because this is the exact same symptom that we were getting when we had the dialogue bug before. I mean, the thing that surprises me about it is that since this is a droid world, why couldn't they have just, the people that developed this mod, have given all the droids droid chatter, as it were, just a bunch of beeps and bops and what have you, which would already be in the game. There's plenty of sound files like that. Why couldn't they have just selected that for all dialogue? Or if they really wanted, produce their own. They didn't need industry standard voice acting to make this work. Anyway, we're looking for IS-18, aren't we? There's a droid walking over there. Could that be the one? Yes. Oh my. CS-36's notification did not indicate that you're a non-local unit. Oh, maybe that is exactly what they did and we were experiencing the bug then. Okay, that's good to know. I need to erase the radiation so my meatbag master can enter this facility. Oh, I see. Please forgive me for the inappropriate tone of my initial response. I am IS-18. I'll be glad to provide you any information you need. So, my options are: request, provide me with all information on the radiation leak you possess, or query, what can you tell me about this facility, or query, what is your purpose, or statement, I have no more questions, signing off. Let's go with request. Provide me with all information on the radiation leak you possess. The radiation leaks into the industrial and central zone through the ventilation system. Standard purification procedures have no effect. It indicates that the sources of radiation is still active. The only source of such a high dosage of radiation could be the main reactor. So my choices are: I need to know more about this meatbag wiping technological miracle, I mean the reactor, or I wish to terminate this line of queries and start another, or I have no more questions, signing off. I need to know more about this meatbag wiping technological miracle, I mean the reactor. The colony is powered by the nuclear reactor located below the surface of the planet. It produces a great amount of power, but as a side effect, broadcasts large doses of radiation. Energy shields prevent the radiation from spreading outside of the reactor, but that could have been a malfunction. How can the reactor be fixed? I would be able to fix a potential failure in the reactor. However, a two-part authorization code is required to access the reactor's operating system. Oh yes, I'm more than eager to hear your fascinating description of the code. Do your best. The first part of the code is a sequence of 3 digits, generated randomly at the colony's security system. The second part is the actual number of currently active droid units working in the colony. Okay. Where can I get the code? The randomly generated part of the code is uploaded daily to the main console in the central zone. From there, it has to be transferred to a corresponding terminal like this one. IS-02 is in droid manufacturing, will give you authorization to access the main console and provide you missed a bit. Once you transfer the first part of the code to my terminal, you'll have to type the second part manually. Then I'll attempt to fix the possible failure inside the reactor. Okay, IS-02 gives authorization for security code. I have no more questions. Signing off. Right, let's go. Did he... Oh, I've just been teleported. IS-02. Okay. Recitation. IS-18 told me that you can give me authorization to access the main console in the central zone. The authorization has been uploaded. You can now access the main console in the central zone. Once you've logged in, transfer the code to IS-18's terminal. I have no more questions. Is there anything else you wish to know? I have no more questions. I did notice we didn't get dialogue that time. We've been teleported again. Where am I? Oh, I see. Oh, I need to access the main console here, don't I? Yeah, I did notice there was no dialogue again, as if the bug had triggered. Why are you attacking me? Oh, this is frustrating.
Assassination protocol. Engaging. Optimal accuracy ratio achieved.
Again, I'm just going to try and complete this whole planet as quickly as I can. So far, I have not been impressed by this mod.
Set to maximum.
Access security systems. Select system main reactor. View Run security code generator, view security alerts, reactor shields damaged, security cameras. Oh, that's different. I guess I have to run the code generator. 540. Where was I transferring it to? I know to the terminal that IS-18 was using. Is that in the ventilation chamber terminal or the environmental zone terminal? Did I guess correctly? I think so. No, I'd like to speak to the droid. Welcome again. How may I help you? Statement. I've transferred the first part of the code to your terminal. I'm pleased to hear this. The second part has to be entered manually. I will open my terminal for you now so you can enter the code. I have no more questions. Signing off. How am I going to work out how many droids? I'm not counting them. Isn't coming to see a well-armed droid. Wait, what was that? Isn't coming to see a well-armed... Sorry, what happened to you? Have you been dismantled and put back together? With all of our colonists dead, M4-78's guidance is necessary. If it isn't common to see a well-armed droid on M4-78. Utility droid. Beep bop diop dop. Maybe I should speak to that information droid that I spoke to right at the beginning. Oh my goodness, this takes so long. Am I even going the right way? Yes. Response. AK-47 protocol and translation droid. Can I proceed now? Oh, you don't look like a protocol droid to me. Can I proceed now? I'm afraid we have to place you under arrest. Reminder, I'm on an important mission to rid the planet of its radiation and allow colonists to return or threat. If I'm not allowed to proceed, I cannot disable the radiation. If I'm not allowed to proceed, I cannot disable the radiation. Okay, they let me go. Oh, these must have been Sith colonists. That must be why there's so many Sith bodies lying around. That was the droid I spoke to, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, they can't give me any information. How am I going to figure out how many droids there are on this colony? It's an interesting droid. Is that a gonk droid? Gonk gonk. Maintenance droid. Maybe they would know. Oh. It is good to see an HK-01 unit back on the planet. I don't think this is HK-01. Look a bit rusted for an assassin droid. Maybe I should have just proceeded anyway. Maybe once I got to that part of the dialogue it would have become clear what I'm supposed to do. Maintenance unit. This droid has been deactivated. Okay, let's try accessing the terminal then. Return to main functions. Okay. Welcome again. How may I help you? Why did you not inform me about the Central Droid Mark V units reacting aggressively on an attempt to access the main console? I did not concede informing you about it as necessary. I think that should be considered. All the droids of M4-78 are restricted by their core programming from causing any damage to each other. A C3 unit was destroyed 3 years ago when attempting to access the console. If I tried the same thing, I would have been attacked, and just like the destroyed C3 unit, I would not be able to defend myself. But that doesn't answer the question. What could have caused such a pleasant change in that Mark V unit's behaviour? I don't know why it's pleasant, but still. I do not know. It must have been reprogrammed. I wish to terminate this line of queries and start another. I'll answer any of your questions to the best of my knowledge. What can you tell me about this facility? This facility is a colony of M4-78. You're currently in the vent chamber of the industrial zone. We droids serve our colonists and aid in all of their operations on the planet. What is your purpose? I'm responsible for monitoring the air quality in the whole colony. Apart from that, I need to maintain and oversee the ventilation system. This is so frustrating. This combat droid ignores you. It's possible he's been programmed to act only in the case of an emergency. To be honest, like the basic premise of this mod isn't a bad one. And I think it's clear that they were only trying to add content that had been removed from the game. I think it's just consistently there's a lack of polish here. In all sorts of ways, like the dialogue skipping when it shouldn't, like the sky not being, oh wait, now we actually have a proper backdrop. Well, for a long time it wasn't rendering. Or possibly it was because we were in the central zone and now we're in the industrial zone. Either way. Things like the areas just being really slow to traverse. And there being no fast travel. Oh, this is where we were before. This is where we got fast travel to. The fact that the game is suddenly fast traveling us without... I know I just said there's no fast travel, but at least where the base game has fast travel, it's player initiated. You say to the game, like on Telos, I want to go to this area, and it takes you there. Not the game just suddenly decides to dump you somewhere without asking if you wanted to move. It's terrible. With all this radiation, my cleaning units won't even work properly. Give me the number of droids in the colony. According to the last record I provided you, there are currently 6,927 droid units working in the colony. Okay. So I could have got that information before if I'd asked, presumably. This weird bug where certain items seem to have a blue fog of war affecting them. But not everything. Or at the very least, I suppose this is what it really comes down to. When the base game does transport you somewhere without your asking, you're at least warned that that's about to happen. It was just so jarring when I suddenly appeared in a room I've never seen before, and the game in no way indicated that was going to happen. Right, what was it? 6927. Activate the code. Failure, wrong code. Okay. I'm sorry, but it appears that the code you entered is not correct. How can this be possible? I do not know. IS-02 in droid manufacturing could have some more information. I cannot help you anymore. I must go. See, and it's so interesting that this time it didn't teleport me there. Because I know it's not the longest walk in the world, but it's a lot more just back and forth than we usually have to do in the base game, just to walk back here. And because the game had already teleported me there unexpectedly before, you would have almost expected it to have done the same again. I suppose what I'm getting at is that it's not internally consistent. Anywho, I've entered the code to access the reactor, but it was not accepted. If the number was correct, it could not have been rejected. Are you sure you entered the number equal to the actual number of droids active on M4-78? So, indignation. Do I look like some narrow-minded meatbag? I entered the same code you provided me. Apart from that, I do not have any additional information that could be useful to you. Prompt. You could download updated information from the database. I'm merely a replacement unit. Contact with the main maintenance droid has been lost shortly after the radiation leak. As a replacement, my authority is limited. Therefore, I'm not allowed to do it. Therefore, I'm allowed to do it only once a day. I have no more questions. Okay. The number of droids active in the colony given to you by ISO2 6927 was no longer correct when you tried to input into the ventilation chamber terminal, because you reduced the number of units by destroying 2 combat droids in the central zone. Of course. That's not the right way. No. In fairness, although I should have realised that, I couldn't have known it. That is, I should have realised it before I read the journal entry. I couldn't have known that prior to the conversation we just had. Wait. Oh, that was the right way. My mistake. Because I asked ISO2 what the number of active droids were prior... following... I asked him after I had destroyed those 2 droids. So I couldn't have known that the figure was incorrect until he told me he only checks once a day. Also, what's going on here? Okay, I'm alright. But it is fair to say that even after he told me he can only update his figure once a day, I still didn't. It still didn't twig immediately. Which is on me. I didn't destroy any other droids, did I? Don't think so. Right, let's try that again. So it should be 6925. Six, 2, 9, 5. Yes. Wrong code. Oh, did I enter it wrong? 6925. I think I entered it wrong. 6925. Access granted. There we go. The code you entered is correct. I will now enter the reactor's operating system and run the diagnostic. One moment. It appears that the reactor's shields have been deactivated. I do not understand how this could have happened. I will reactivate them and run the purification process in the industrial and central zone. The radiation should disappear completely soon. For a moment I thought that droid was coming on screen because it was about to attack the poor IS-18 there. Okay.
I did not summon you. Does she live? She is a fool who escaped death once. She will not do so again.
Interesting. That statement, the radiation will soon be gone. So can I enter the facility now? Yes, it's safe for organics to enter. I must go now. Actually, let's go with... Yeah, we'll go with that. Yes, this is the party configuration I want. Right. Oh, so I could actually leave the planet now, presumably. I could. The alternative would be to try and find Master Vash. Hello, human. I need to find a Jedi Master and her Padawan who came here recently. Furthermore, the whole colony is monitored by security cameras. If a Jedi actually appeared on the planet, we would know about their presence immediately. I'm sure Master Vash and her Padawan came to this planet recently. Can you find them? Due to recent events in the colony, the environmental zone is inaccessible at the moment, but if an organic is present in the industrial zone, IS-24 will know about it. What if I don't find Master Zash in the industrial zone? What would you like to ask about next? Tell me again, can I get a view of the whole colony with the security cameras? One of the main reasons I'm not clicking on all the dialogue options like I normally would is because obviously without the voice acting it just skips past all the dialogue. So there's just no point. M4-78 has access to all security cameras on the planet. This could help you find Master Zash, but you need to find a way to reactivate M4-78 first. But that's the name of the planet, is that also a droid? The Central Zone Information Droid advises you to speak with IS-24, the Industrial Archon located in the Industrial Zone. Okay. Oh, even more, I'm getting the sense that this could have been such a great mod. The vision is there. Wrong droid. Oops. Do you have any medical supplies for sale? Yes, I do. Anything from medpacks to KOTOR tanks. Let me see what you have. In stock, infinite life support. Okay, I think that's an oversight. I don't remember ever finding a seller that had infinite supplies of life support packs in the main game. And I don't want to abuse that. What are you trying to accomplish? You can point weapons at me all you want. You'll not be able to shoot at me or any other droids in M4-78. What's going on there? A malfunction. What do you mean? Other war droid is malfunctioning. He is trying to harm other droids. What's the cause of this malfunction? An unauthorized upgrade has been installed in his mainframe, causing him to act in such an unstable way. It's like he wanted to destroy something. Let me see what I can do. He can attack organics. That's a foolish design. What if the colonists were still alive and this thing started killing them? Why would they want that? Oh, it doesn't look like I'm going to be given the option to try repairs. So, being that as it is. Oh my goodness. That's a very tanky droid. Does that droid have 1,000 health or something?
My
Ready
life.
to serve.
Honor is mine.
Optimal ratio achieved.
My life
Oh dear. That was terrible. Chassis droid. I heard there was a fight in the central zone. Well, that means the number of active droids has gone down by 1 again. We'll have to remember that. Who are we supposed to speak to? IS-24. Are we able to go through this way now? On your way to IS-24, your progress was blocked by a closed door. You must find a way to open it, because if you don't, you'll never find Master Vash, sorry. You're authorized to access security recordings stored on this console. Okay. Foolish droid, don't. Whoops. Interesting. It would appear that as a result of being shot, droid in the recording lost his memory core. Let me see that again. Foolish droid, don't close that door, don't. Interesting. Cleaning unit picked up some sort of droid part near the terminal. On your way... Yep. Blocked. You found a security recording in which one of the droid closed the door. Before that happened, however, he was shot at by one of the Sith guards. It seems he has lost part of his behavioural core in the process. If you find the droid from the recording, you may be able to open the door and proceed. Okay, but I need to find the cleaning droid first, which is presumably this one. Beop bop, deop dop. I need access to your trash container. Beop bop, deop dop. Woo. Oh, okay, thanks. I'll talk to IS-47 then. IS-47 does not allow you to access the cleaning droid's trash container. Maybe you should talk to him. Another problem with this, and I admit, to an extent it's a problem with the base game as well, but this is very linear. I think the base game at least does a better job of often giving you multiple solutions to problems. IS-47 has gone berserk. Okay, that was a nice touch, having the chatty droids that you hear gossiping, and then having them give you a heads up about something that's about to happen when you go back the other way. I need to screen the cleaning droids. One of them picked up something I need. I need authorization to access their trash containers. My sound receptors must be malfunctioning. Are you serious? You cannot interfere with the utility droid's duty? Why not? Efficiency. Efficiency is the only way to fulfill our task. I cannot allow efficiency to decrease even by 1%. Must sustain high labour figures for the glory of the colonists. The colonists are dead. But they will return. I know they will. We cannot abandon our duties. We must be prepared for their comeback. My T3 unit could take up some of the cleaning assignments for the time I screen your units. IS-47 is willing to give you access to the cleaning droids if T3 and 4 will assist him in the meantime. Or T3. Oh, I missed that. Right, so there's 2 cleaning droids in the area. It's probably the one that's closest. Okay. Maybe I need to swap out a party member for T3. Oh, I didn't confirm. There we go. Wait, that didn't work. How do I make this happen then? Maybe by assist him, he meant the droid that gave us the assignment. The assignment, who set the requirements. IS-43 is willing to give you access to the cleaning droids if T3 and 4 will assist him in the meantime. It wasn't clear to me whether that was a cleaning droid, as I thought, since I suggested that T3 and 4 help with the cleaning tasks, but I think it may actually be IS-43 themselves. I'm back with my T3. Sorry, I'm back with my T3 unit. Read, BD, read. I understand, T3, but I have to find that memory core part to track down its owner. I will not succeed without your help. Dree! Deed. Questioning his own supervisor's orders, who will not be as insubordinate under my command. Can I start uploading assignments into his memory core? Yes, please. I'm eagerly awaiting a weekend efficiency report. With your droid working in my team, I expect a major increase. I should check if the report has already appeared. Goodbye. Oh, it even gave me influence with T3. I noticed T3's gone, but not in a way I've ever seen happen in the base game. Just having that one slot empty. I need access to your trash container. You've got access to the unit's trash container. You don't find anything you need. Let's try the other one then. You don't find anything you need. That's odd. I guess I need to keep trying other cleaning droids then. If I can find any others in the area. You found what you were looking for. You have searched through the cleaning unit's trash compactors and... It does say trash compactors, and found the part you're looking for. Now you just need to find a droid in the colony able to recognise where this part came from. The maintenance unit in the central zone possesses information on all droids in the colony. Perhaps he'll be able to help you. Can I have T3 back? Do you recognise this memory core piece? It was a mistake to agree on incorporating your T3 unit into my team. Our efficiency decreased significantly. Do not bother me anymore. Oh dear. Right, who are we speaking to? The maintenance unit in the central zone. Not that one. Oops. Well, skip past all that. I need to know which droid lost his part I found in the industrial zone. Can you track him down? I'm sorry, but I'll not be able to help after all. How so? CS47 has never reported about losing part of his memory core. There must have been an error in my database. You could speak with him, but he cannot be the droid you are looking for. Perhaps, but I will check it out for myself regardless. The maintenance droid has informed you that the part you found belongs to CS-45. Was CS-45 the droid we were speaking to a moment ago? No, yes, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Let's go back and see, shall we? Back in the industrial zone. No, that's IS-43. I don't have a CS-45 written down. Admittedly, I stopped writing the droids' names down after a point. IS-43. Cleaning / efficiency. Coordinator? Manager? Something like that. What about in here? Could it have been one of these two droids? Malfunctioning unit. Oh, manufacturing unit. Slight difference. Okie dokie. Nice music though. Does give a sense of solving a mystery. Ah, CS-45, found you. Does this memory core part belong to you? This information is restricted. Interesting. Why it is? I think it should be why is it? As long as my programming keeps restricting me from revealing certain information, I will not be able to answer your questions regarding the industrial zone lockdown. You talked with CS-45, but it refused to answer your questions. You should report this to the maintenance droid as fast as possible. Okie dokie. Black market droid. What was the maintenance droid? Was this the maintenance droid? CS-45 refuses to answer my questions because of a secrecy lock on his information. Thank you for informing me about the situation. I'll have to replace his damaged memory core, so please, if you have any business with him, make it quick. Okay. I need to speak with IS-24. Open the gate to the second recharge station section in the industrial zone. I'm sorry, man, but I'm not able to do that. Why not? You closed it. With the register entry that was classifying part of my data removed, I can now explain to you the reason behind my inability to help you with your problem. Speak. I was also assisting the colonists in enhancing other security systems in the industrial zone, as it seems those have failed, unfortunately. Why is your programming still restricting you from revealing certain information, then? The register entry input by the colonists restricted me from revealing information about my duty even after fulfilling the assignment. So how did you lose part of your memory core? Unfortunately, the damage I received wiped out part of the data on my memory core along with the code to open the gate to the second recharge station. The maintenance droid said he has to replace your damaged memory core. What would happen then? I believe the removal of my current memory core would be classified by the security system as an annihilation of the whole unit. The gate would open automatically. That's the only way to save you and make the security system open the gate at the same time. Please report to the maintenance droid. Light side point gained. M4-78 has access to all security cameras on the planet. This could help you find Master Zash, but you need to find a way to reactivate M4-78 first. The Central Zone Information Droid advises you to speak with IS-24, the Industrial Archon located in the Industrial Zone. Okie doke. So, progress. In fact, let's save that progress. Right, where were we? Given that I can't really see the dialogue, because it keeps skipping, it's a good thing I ended up choosing the light side option. Come to think of it, I can understand why they would be reluctant to record new dialogue for this game, since the people developing this mod wouldn't be professional voice actors in all likelihood. And I've also mentioned about how they could have worked around that quite effectively, but actually because they would be voicing droids, they could cover up a lot with carefully chosen sound effects and fairly simple control of the voice. Wait, can I go through here now? I can go through here now. Wonderful. Oh, I like that animation. I need to contact IS-24. It's important. I'm sure you don't want to hear this after all we've gone through to get here, but that may be a problem. What's going on? The problem is he's missing. What do you mean missing? It means that no one has seen him in quite some time. Alright, that's going to be fun. Any idea who was the last droid in contact with him? 4 droids to be more specific. Our research leader, designer droids, testers and lead maintenance unit. Each of them has to contact IS-24 for one reason or another. Then I guess I should talk to each of them. Hello, Tony. Wait, where are you? That looks so cool but different. What planet is this? What's happening? This is M4-78. This was added by a it's not the restoration project mod, but it seems to be a sister project to that. Apparently in the base game, when you go to, at least so far as I can figure out, it looks like when you play the base game on Korriban, you get told that Master Zash has gone off to some planet and you can't go there. Well, this mod actually adds that planet in. The problem is that although I like what they're trying to do here, the implementation's a bit lacking, and in particular it seems the dialogue keeps skipping, so I can't actually really follow what's going on. And I don't think it's the dialogue bug that we've experienced before, which is fixed by closing the game and reopening it, because I've tried that. I think it's just that they don't have dialogue recorded for the conversations, and so it's skipping past the subtitles at a tremendous speed. What I can tell you is this appears to have been some sort of Sith colony, and that there appears to have been, well, the first thing we found out was that the nuclear reactor at the base of the planet had its shielding deactivated and it's killed all organic life. The initial part of this mission, I had to send in one of my droid party members. In this case I sent HK-47 in to sort out the radiation leak problem. He did so I was then able to bring the rest of the party members in. And since then we've been trying to find Master Zash, but every time we try to make progress, something gets in. There's something comes up that gets in the way, and we have to deal with it. So currently, I believe not only is the planet called M4-78, but apparently there is a droid on this planet called M4-78 who should have access to all the security cameras on the planet, and therefore would be able to identify if there was a Jedi still on the planet. But apparently they've been deactivated or something, so we have to speak to IS-24 to see if they can reactivate them. But I've just managed to get to the part of this quest line where we would be speaking to them, and apparently they've gone missing, and so I need to speak to 4 other droids that they usually are in contact with to try to find out where they've gone missing. That's where we're up to. And yes, because all organic life has been killed off due to this radiation leak, this is, at present at least, a droid planet. I didn't check. Did it tell me who I should speak to? In order to get an audience with IS-24, you must gain permission to enter the industrial zone. Unfortunately for you, L101, the only droid on the planet authorized to give permission, has gone missing recently. This is the problem with the dialogue skipping. I misunderstood. I thought it was IS-24 that had gone missing. Apparently, as we've just read, it's a different droid entirely. Find out what happened to L101 or figure out another way to enter the Archon chamber. You have learned L101 used to regularly meet with the leaders of the testing, design, and research and development departments, as well as the maintenance droid. You should talk to each of these droids to find out more. Interesting. Where am I now? Okay. Droid tester assistant. A colonist requested to test these military droids very thoroughly. Okay. IS-99 tester unit, how can I help you? Bear in mind that this used to be a Sith planet, so that's why they'd want to test their military droids very well. Have you seen L101 recently? Not since that radiation leak. Last I've seen him, he was heading toward the manufacturing center. Maintenance would be my guess. Why maintenance? To gather data on droid repair statuses. L101 has to do it regularly, then report back to IS-24, or order the maintenance unit to do it. Okay. Of course, I may be wrong. Only thing I know for sure is that last I've seen him, he was heading towards manufacturing. So this dialogue is actually working, which is a nice change. Okay. It was my pleasure. So I am actually trying to complete this planet as fast as possible, as opposed to sticking around chasing every little thread, listening to every dialogue option and the lore dumps and so on, because like I say, about 3 out of every 4 droids the dialogue is messed up, and so it's not worth the hassle. This is the lead tester, IS-99. It's still worth adding all these droids to my notes though, because often I have to run around and go back to them. Droid designer. Droid designer. Droid designer. Droid designer. Droid designer. IS-84. Is this the lead designer? I need to talk to IS-24. In that case, I'm the wrong droid to talk to. Only L101. When was the last time you've seen L101? One moment. Nearly 96 hours before the radiation flooded the whole industrial zone. Where did it go? Surely that should be where did they go? I'm not certain. I was too busy working to track L101's whereabouts. Alright, thanks anyway. Lead designer. Yeah, so like I say, this is a really cool concept. I can see that the vision is there. It's just the implementation I take issue with. IS-56. I hear you meet with L101 a lot. I suppose it's important that I talk to IS-24 a lot, and L101 is the only one authorized to arrange a meeting with him. When was the last time you've seen L101? Which is a bad thing. He was supposed to get me a meeting with IS-24. If I can't contact an Archon, M4-78 is deactivated and my superiors are dead. How can I move my projects into the next stage? Any idea where L101 might have gone? He never showed up, though. I must admit it's pretty unusual. I'm sure you can see the problem now with the dialogue skipping. I only get the last sentence or two. Are you sure there is no other way to contact IS-24? Positive. Not even a, what do you call it, a lightsaber could cut through the Archon Chamber's door. I don't even know who that is. Who I just spoke to. I know that's one of the leads, but I don't know which one. some lead, then that's probably not the maintenance one, but I've forgotten what the third one was. Because there was the lead tester, the lead designer, and then there was another one. And then there was the lead maintenance droid, I think. Ah, does that go to the Archon's chamber by any chance? No, it does not show dialogue. Oh, does it not show dialogue in message logs? That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. It does. Excellent. Not a perfect solution, but a massive improvement. Thank you. Who were we last speaking to? 5-6. I hear you meet with L101 a lot. I suppose it's important that I talk to IS-24 a lot, and L101 is the only one authorized to arrange a meeting with him. When was the last time you've seen L101? Last I've seen him, he was around 97 hours before first reports about a radiation leak in the central zone. Haven't seen him since. Which is a bad thing. He was supposed to get me a meeting with IS-24. If I can't contact an Archon, M4-78 is deactivated and my superiors are dead. How can I move my projects into the next stage? Any idea where L101 might have went? That should probably be might have gone. No, I don't have any idea where L101 might have went. Last time I've seen him, he said he'd meet me in 15 hours after he'd finished with his other duties. He never showed up though. I must admit it's pretty unusual. Are you sure there's no other way to contact IS-24? Not even a, what do you call it, a lightsaber could cut through the Archon Chamber's door. Okay. So I still don't actually know who this is. I suppose I could have asked him. What is this place? In reality, work on building a droid army here, really. Really big army, I might add. My job is to find a way to make these droids as deadly as possible. How many droids have you already built? Numbers aren't part of my job. IS-24 probably knows. Testers might know the exact number as well, as they have to test every single one of them. Let's check the logs again. Research and developments. Research and development, I mean. Okay. Lead R&D. Right, so we're looking for maintenance, because apparently they were the last one to have seen L101. I should probably add L101 to my notes as well, shouldn't I? So they are the... You did indeed help, Tony. Thank you very much. L101 authorization droid. That doesn't seem to go anywhere. This is probably the way to the Archon. Yeah. What was the Archon called? IS-24. IS-24 Archon. So it's notable I haven't bumped into the maintenance droid. Oh, could the maintenance droid be the maintenance droid I spoke to before? Because there was a maintenance droid I spoke to. If they are, then unfortunately they're a long way back. This is one of the other things I'm not a huge fan about with this mod. There's a lot of walking. I'll just check these directions quickly to make sure they are dead ends. Yeah. Right. In which case I predict the maintenance droid... Why are they so low on health, some of them? In which case I predict the maintenance droid I'm supposed to see is in fact the same one I was speaking to earlier. The chatty droids I do like. The chatty droids have random dialogue which relates to the things that are happening on the planet, both things that our party have done and things that weren't of our doing. And so the fact that to traverse the map you always end up walking past them, that is to get from one side of the map to the other, and when you do you just get a little snippet of things that are going on. That is a nice little idea there. This is what I mean by there's a lot of walking. I'm almost back to the maintenance droid now. It should be around here somewhere. Through here, I think. Oh, my lightsaber doesn't seem to be having a brilliant time, does it? Here we go. That's the maintenance droid. That's odd. If that's the case, why can't I speak to them about the missing droid? CS45 was a droid I've forgotten exactly when it was you joined, Tony, but CS45 was a droid we helped out earlier who had a damaged memory core. I like that about Onderon. Always the newsstands that told you stuff about the planet. Yeah. I'll replace this broken memory core with a new one. They will remain inactive until M4-78 is reactivated. What does it have to do with M4-78? With the death of all the colonists, M4-78 is the only entity authorized of assigning CS45 a new task. I think that should be to assign. I want to ask about something else. So that's not the maintenance... Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That's not the maintenance droid I was supposed to speak to then. Oh, manufacturing properly to meet the maintenance droid. See, that's the confusion, because this droid is literally called maintenance droid. Oh, but so is this one. I think I said before, this whole mod, it just feels like there's a lack of polish. I think there are some really good ideas here, and it could have been a tremendous mod. But there are just lots of little irritating things. skipped past that one too fast to read, unfortunately. I take it these two doors, yeah, you can see on the map those two are dead ends. In fact, that would have been a quicker way for me to check in this area, wouldn't it? I should have just looked at the mini-map. But that's not a dead end. Droid maintenance door. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Imagine having to fight everyone here. We're pretty high level by this point. What am I? 26. So we might be alright. The official industrial zone maintenance unit. How may I be of service? When was the last time you've seen L101? L101? I've never heard of him. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to help you. According to the greeter unit, you report to L101 regularly. I think I know what I do better than the greeter droid. Wouldn't you agree? IS-99 also claims to have seen L101 going this way. Then he's mistaken. I've never seen this L101, period. Now, if that is all, I would like to get back to work. Apparently the only option I have here is stop lying to me, which I'm not sure is the most diplomatic approach here, but unfortunately that's the only option I can see that might progress the dialogue. So stop lying to me. Both IS-99 and the greeter saw you with L101. You are hiding something. I want to know what and why. Success. I found remains of a droid outside my office, but was unable to identify who that was due to the lack of a head. I was planning to send the remains to the cleaners for recycling into new something or other. You see, such remains are technically an unauthorized resource, illegal in our colony. So you can't be sure it was L101. I can say that it was the same type of droid, but no, I cannot be certain it was L101. If you haven't already, I would suggest checking out the security recordings from this section. I'm sure the big mover droid just outside recorded something. It will be available in some security terminal around here. I will see to it. The computer is linked directly to the cameras on a nearby mover droid's head. Look through the camera recording. Several strings of data appear on the screen. There seems to be something wrong with one recording though. It looks like someone has been tampering with it. Play the recording. Play feed 1. Parts of the recording have been damaged or perhaps removed on purpose. Either way, there is nothing you can do about it. I wanted to see more feeds. Play feed 2. Hello, Thor. It's lovely to meet you. I'm doing quite well, thank you. How are you? Having fun, I'm well, thanks. What's your take on M4-78? I think it's a really interesting idea. I think there have been some creative and clever things done, but I think the implementation is really lacking. Or specifically, there's a lack of polish. There's a few little things that are just irritating, and what really overshadows it all is that the dialogue is broken on about 3 out of 4 of the NPCs, so I can only see the last... It skips past the dialogue really quickly, so I only see the last couple of sentences unless I go back through the message log, which is really unfortunate. Have you tried V1.3 at all? It's very different from what I have heard. Dialogue skipping is a bug in the game engine itself. See, I've encountered that bug before, and the solution is to save the game, close it, and restart it. I did that when I started getting the dialogue skipping on M4-78, and it did not fix the problem. And so I assume it's a problem with the mod. Let's have a look at those camera feeds again. So that camera feed shows... Wait, what? Let me see that again. So there's the maintenance droid in there, and there's another droid in there. The same droid we saw before. Then we have a droid we don't recognise turn up, and then there's a second maintenance droid. Interesting. Oh. That was a maintenance droid walking away. Interesting. Interesting. That gives me further cause to analyse the bug. I have long suspected it's mismatching node IDs in the dialogue trees, but the rest of the community tells me I'm wrong. Interesting. I don't actually know how the game works under the hood. Any other mods installed or just M4-78? Also, is it M4-78 EP or M4-78 from Steam? It's... if you go to... I think it's the PC Gaming Wiki and you look up KOTOR 2, it lists 3 mods that are recommended to be installed. One is the restoration patch, the restoration project. One is M4-78, and the other is the unofficial community patch. And it gives links to the pages, and I went to the links that it gives and installed the versions that took me to. And I think I installed them in the order of the restoration project first, then M4-78, then the community patch. And I did not install anything through Steam. Let me double check for you. So it's just a second. Sorry about this, I will be right with you. Right. Put that there. And there. And then... and then that. There we go. Sorry, I didn't have this set up before. So this is the page I was talking about. And these are the free mods. It's all on, yes, Deadly Stream. And so it's the TSL Restored Content Mod 1.8.6, the M4-78 Enhancement Project 1.5, and the KOTOR 2 Community Patch 1.5.2. Apparently M4-78 1.3 on Steam is very different, much better in fact, but I haven't got around to trying it yet. I make mods for the game, so I'm quite familiar with internals and mods, etc. Yeah, it is M4-78 EP then, Enhancement Project. What we might do then is next time I get the skipping dialogue bug, I might save the game right then and there and restart and see if it makes any difference. But I find it very odd that I had freshly restarted the game and it just carried on with the skipping dialogue bug immediately. Ah, right, on the far left, that was it. We saw a droid we don't recognise but suspect to be L101 walking off screen, and then we saw another maintenance droid walking the other way. Let's play that one again. One more time. I didn't notice anything significant about that particular feed. So there's two droids. There's a cleaning droid and another droid. And then the same. The door. Did the door change? No, the door's open. It's not like the door went from closed to being open. Huh. I don't know what the significance of that particular recording is. I agree, and I also find it odd that there are some specific dialogues in the game where people come across the bug more often. It is generally considered to be a memory leak, which might be true, but mismatching node IDs could certainly cause a memory leak. Oh. You have found a recording of an L101 type droid being destroyed near the maintenance shack. You should ask the maintenance droid about this. Okay. The official industrial zone maintenance unit, how may I be of service? I've checked the recordings, although a large portion of it was damaged. Interesting, perhaps it was removed on purpose. Maybe they didn't want us to know what happened to L101. They? Whoever they might have been. I haven't quite figured that part out yet. Look, I'm just a droid, alright? Can you do something about the recording? Yes, of course. As maintenance units, fixing broken cameras is part of my job. But what about broken recordings? Sorry to go on. I roam KOTOR stream to see what people make of all the mods, etc. No, that's quite alright. Yes, here, and here it is. This is my first ever KOTOR playthrough, by the way. Huh. Ah, it was a Sith soldier that did it. After seeing this recording, I must say it is unlikely the colonists were responsible for the death of L101. Oh, okay. So it wasn't supposed to be the man that ran over with a blaster then? Apparently the L101 just self-destructed and then a colonist ran over to have a look. I agree, that Sith guard seemed pretty surprised. That is my conclusion as well. Who do you think could have done this? Unknown. No droid could have done that unless reprogrammed. Maybe the saboteur who released the radiation was here longer than we thought. How could I make IS-24 without L101? One way would be to rebuild an L101 from scratch. If you know how, speak. The L101 is That L101 is destroyed is an inconvenience only for droids, but for colonists as well. If they can't meet the droid in charge of building their droid army, how are they to proceed? They must have been a backup plan of some sort, although I do not possess enough data to say for sure. You should ask around in the Research and Development Centre. Why Research and Development? That's the only place with computers good enough, aside from Archons themselves, to keep the amount of data necessary for droid templates. If L101's backup plans exists, you'll probably find it there. Sorry, backup plan. That is what I will do. Thank you for your help. Oh, unmodded for first playthrough? Usually people go unmodded for the first playthrough. Well, I was strongly advised by another viewer that you want to install the certain mods which restore content to the game before you play it. And so I did some searching online. That's what led me to the PC Gaming Wiki, where those those 3 particular mods were recommended. So I've installed just those and nothing else. Ooh, we've had 2 levels. 2 level ups. Oh, what were we choosing here? Stasis field, wasn't it? Yes. I believe that is correct. That'll do. Ah, that was funny. There was red in the background for a second. Ooh, that's interesting. If I go from blue to red, the fog in the background turns immediately red, like you'd expect. But going the other way, you get a mix of red and blue for a moment. Interesting. Anyway, quick save and we'll continue. Oh, thank you for the follow, Thor. I only just noticed. That's very good of you. Wait, I went past the droid I want to speak to, didn't I? It'll only take a moment of your time. I need to talk to you about L101. There we go, we've got the bug again. We already talked about this one, and I assure you there is nothing more I can tell you now that I couldn't back then. Would it be possible to rebuild L101? Is that all? And if I don't have his head? Then you're not rebuilding him. Simple as that. L101 was one of the first droids on the planet. Neither his schematics or programming were ever in my computers. His head's been taken. I've no idea where it is. That doesn't mean I'm going to help you. I've got way more important things to do. Project 42 still is a priority number 1. Without L101, you can't contact Archon. How are you going to proceed without him? One moment. I'll network with the computers and download the proper data. Yes, here it is. Everything the colonists uploaded. You may now take it to the designers. I'll be going. Right, so as I said, I've already got a save, because I leveled just before this. Let's restart the game. Which should only take a moment. And see if it fixes the problem. Maybe I was unlucky. Maybe the bug just happened to trigger within the first few seconds of starting the game. Well, first few minutes of starting the game last time. We'll see. That should be working. That does appear to be working. Let's go back here. Fingers crossed it's fixed. It will only take a moment of your time. I need to talk to you about L101. Yep, still doing it. Right, let's go through the message log to find out what was actually said. What's this? The Ravager was hauled from the gravity well at Melkor 5 by its new master. He used it to escape imprisonment on Melkor 5. All in close proximity to Viz's master find themselves succumbing to his power and are slowly devoured by it. The Sith fleet attacking Telos appears to be composed of many damaged warships, the wreckage of a great battle. Why is that there? Really bad time, I'm working, really busy. We've got some really good weapon projects for military droids almost ready to be made. Haven't got anything this good in weeks. I'll only take a moment of your time. I need to talk to you about L101. We already talked about this one, and I assure you, there's nothing more I can tell you now that I couldn't back then. Would it be possible to rebuild L101? Yes, probably. I just need to scan his head and we could transfer his programming into a new model. Is that all? And if you don't have his head, then you're not rebuilding him, simple as that. L101 was one of the first droids on the planet, neither his schematics or programming were ever in my computers. His head's been taken, I have no idea where it is. Then that's your problem, not mine. I need to get back to work, or wait, maybe not. The colonists came here with some droid heads, scanned it and put everything into my computers. If the head is the only missing part, it's possible we already have L101 scanned. That doesn't mean I'm going to help you. I've got way more important things to do. Project 42 still is priority number 1. Without L101, you can't contact Archon. How are you going to proceed without him? You are smart for a non-droid. With the colonists dead and M4-78 deactivated, IS-24's guidance is indeed needed. It is important we rebuild L101. One moment. I will network with the computers and download the proper data. Yes, here it is. Everything the colonists uploaded. You now may take it to the designers. Oh, this is nice. The fact that we went through the facility one way, talking to the testers, then the designers, then the research and development to try and find L101, and now we're going back the other way, actually rebuilding him. I will diagnose that dialogue file right away. I really want to determine the cause and resolve it. If it helps, I am running the game on Linux via Steam, and to get round the file name case sensitivity problem, in case you're not aware, you may well already be aware of this, the game was originally programmed assuming a case insensitive file system, and on case sensitive file systems such as ButterFS, which I'm using on my Linux install, it won't be able to open all the files because it tries to open with the wrong capitalization. That's not a problem with the base game because the people that ported the game and brought it to Steam fixed it for the base game. It is a problem for some mods. The way I got around that is I created a FAT file system in a file which I mounted, and then I told Steam to install the game inside that FAT file system. All that is to say that because the game is on a case insensitive file system, that shouldn't be a problem. The game should be able to access all files just like if it were running on Windows. IS-84. I need your help rebuilding L101. This is not a convenient time. Research and development has just sent us new data and I would really prefer to work on that. The sooner you help me, the sooner you'll be able to meet IS-24. That means you'll be able to move your projects into the next stage sooner. Right, let's find out what was actually said there. The Ravager was hauled from the gravity well at Melikor 5 by its new master, who used it to escape imprisonment on Melikor 5. Why is that being added to the messages? You're here to give feedback, or is there something else? I will need your help rebuilding L101. This is not a convenient time. Research and development has just sent us new data, and I would really prefer to work on that. The sooner you help me, the sooner we'll be able to meet IS-24. That means you'll be able to move your projects into the next stage sooner. You're correct. Contact with IS-24 could reduce data analysis time from 102.34 hours to 98.56 hours, at least in theory. IS-56 would likely also benefit from contact with the Archon. Since you've collected all of the necessary data, I'll send this information to manufacturing immediately. A new L101 should be ready at the loading zone soon. I've just received a new report. L101 is ready to be tested. You should head to the testing rooms now. IS-99, Tester Unit, how can I help you? I'm rebuilding L101. I will need you to test him. Certainly, I will do that. Thank you. Once I'm done with testing these Sith military droids, they are my highest priority. There are other testers around. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt if one of your droids would test L101. Such as... Oh, I think I may have missed a bit there. I will test some of your military droids while you check out my new droid. It might actually work. I will grant you access to the terminal. We will keep testing battle droids together, and once we are done, I'll help you with L101. Hold up. Which bit did I miss there? It felt like part of that was skipped. Oh, apparently I clicked. Couldn't we make some kind of deal instead? I must have misclicked. That explains why that conversation seemed so odd. Access testing data on the latest military droid. Run all systems diagnostic. Diagnostic in progress. Diagnostic finished. All systems operational. Extensive testing required. Sabotage droids targeting recognition systems. Why? Begin test. Starting advanced testing program. Input command. Fire at gyro hologram. Issued. Command issued. Okie dokie. Fire at Ithorian program. Ithorian hologram. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. I could be wrong. I think the issue is that it would take a lot of firing at the holograms for them to be convinced the droids are functioning 100% correctly. Like maybe they're used to, say, 1,000 hours of continuous fire or something like that. Whereas if something goes wrong, that immediately proves that, or that gives immediate resolution to the test, an immediate failure, which then means the test is over, whereas success might take a very long time. Oh, could be wrong. Create new hologram. IS-99 droid. Twi'lek male, Twi'lek female, Rhodian male, human female. Okay, IS-99 droid. Fire IS-99 hologram. Seems I'm incorrect. Create new hologram. Presumably I just have to keep creating new holograms till they fired at all of them. I wonder if all these holograms are of actual NPCs already in the game. Oh, they are. It's just a flag that is set to 1 or 0 on their character sheet. Oh, I see, to decide if they're a hologram or not. So presumably you could turn the player into a hologram then. I don't know if the engine would be happy with you. Wait, how do I get out of here? Am I stuck? Finish test. Good. Everything in working order. Resetting testing model to basic. Excellent. IS-99 tester unit, how can I help you? Military droid tested. You know what that means? Yes, and I intend to honour my part of the deal. Is your droid ready for testing? Yes, he's in the loading zone. Very well then, let's bring him here. That's about it. Your new droid is in perfect condition. I sent him back to the loading zone. He should be taken for decontamination. Missed a bit. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Now I need to get back to work. These battle droids won't test themselves. Oh, I've been randomly teleported again. In theory, yes. That would be fun to try, but I think the only way would be through KOTOR save editor, and not sure. And I'm not sure KOTOR save editor offers access to that variable. The random teleports are infuriating, they really are. I was talking about this earlier. In the base game, whenever you get teleported, it's either because the player initiated it, like on Telos, where they've got a fast travel system, or, in the rare cases where it's not, it's you're effectively warned that it's going to happen. Perhaps you're in part of the story where the space station you're on is about to be blown up, so of course your character's going to be moved, or perhaps it's an area of the game which once you go in you won't be able to come out for a long time, so the game says, are you sure you want to proceed, or something like that. But with this mod pack just randomly deciding you to just teleport you around when it wants, it is so discombobulating. I've disabled the fast transports in my own update to this mod. which is still in the works. That's very good of you, to create an updated version of this mod. Yeah, I'm just thinking about if I was doing that, the things that would need adjusting. I feel like there is a lot of polish that would have to be done to really make this mod shine. There's just lots of little things that could be improved. I'll tell you what, a player-controlled fast travel system would do a lot to help with the walking around. I think another thing I noticed was that in the central zone, the skybox, either it wasn't rendering or it was a very basic skybox and it was unimpressive, and there were certain angles you could go to where you could like see like the tops of buildings that didn't have bottoms to buildings and stuff like that, which again, that would all have to be fixed up. There most certainly is. I spent hours lining up the doors in this level. They're out of sync with the door frame. You can speak to that droid you spawned by or fast travel. Blimey, sounds like you are actually doing a very good job. Oh, sorry. The escort droid is already in the game with you. Where can you take me? I can take you to every zone in the colony. I didn't realise that was a thing. Okay, that's on me. To be fair, I feel like there should be more options than that, because even the individual zones can take a while to walk from one end to the other when you need to, but that does help a lot. Where am I going? I'm looking for L101, aren't I? Sent for diagnostic. I think that's why they chose to spawn you by them. Odd choice though, you need to unlock the zones first. Yeah, I wish slightly more attention had been drawn to them. You're not wrong, I should have been paying more attention. But then again, perhaps they told me about them in some of the dialogue that was skipping. It's only when Tony reminded me that the message log exists that I actually started looking back through the dialogue. Until then, I was just putting up with the fact that I was only getting part of the dialogue. So the problem here is I don't actually know where L101 has gone. Oh, in here, possibly. Alright, that's enough. I need this droid now. Or don't say anything. Well, I don't know what I'm responding to. Don't say anything. My function is to ensure our industrial Archon is informed of everything that happens in this zone. Their operations proceed as planned. Don't say anything. To serve my purpose. Don't say anything. For the glory of the colonists. Don't say anything. If you had power to permanently remove M4-78's memory banks and take over control of the colony, would you do it? Don't say anything. Diagnostic silence. Alright, that's enough. I need this droid now. What is your request? I need access to the Archon's chamber. Is there something else? That is all. It is so easy to get lost in this mod as well. Big problem for sure. So what actually happened there? I can now go through to meet the Archon. Speaking of getting lost, where am I? Oh, I think I see where I am. That's where I need to be, isn't it? Okay. Right, if I go to the escort droid, can I fast travel to close to where the Archon is? Because I'm pretty sure I can't. But let's check. Central, Industrial and Environmental. Nope. This is what I mean about it needs proper fast travel, because this is an annoyingly lengthy walk. Well, if they don't want to use fast travel, or if one doesn't want to use fast travel, which is perfectly legitimate, then I think the entire layout of the areas needs to be worked on to make... it doesn't mean they have to be smaller necessarily, but if you're not making them smaller, you'd have to make them much more interconnected, so that much more like a hub, so that if you know where you're going, you can get there quickly. I would suggest. Just all these long, windy corridors. It is not compelling gameplay, in my opinion. Anywho, we should be able to make it to, was it IS-24? Oh, so now we have an escort droid here. Hello, I am IS-24, controller of the industrial zone of M4-78. What is your request? What is this planet? Or finally? Again, these don't seem like... it seems a bit late for that sort of dialogue option. And this dialogue option just seems rude. L102 has already informed me of the destruction of L101. According to the data we currently possess, there was no way to prevent that from happening. Any thoughts on who could destroy L101? Not enough data. It might have been organics from the environmental zone. Why wasn't there some kind of backup plan in the case L101 was destroyed? You must have considered that possibility. There used to be more units with authority to arrange a meeting with me. Their authority has been removed and their memory wiped, all for my safety. Your safety? Additionally, L101 was ordered to limit contact with me. Only the heads of industrial departments contact me, and only regarding important matters. I believe ES-05 was correct. I don't remember who ES-05 was. Yep, they're not on my notes. Apparently that one slipped me by. One of these strangers must be Master Zash. Is there any way to contact her? Not directly, but you could go to the environmental zone and find her. I have authority to open it up for you. That'd be jolly good. Please do. I have to get there and find her. With the colonist dead, M4-78's guidance is necessary. ES-05 and I combined have authority to reactivate him. Find ES-05 and gain her support. I'll do that. Goodbye. I won't read all of that dialogue, but I'll read a bit of it. Actually, I may as well read it all, mightn't I? There's not that much of it. Hello, I am IS-24, controller of the industrial zone of M4-78. What is your request? What is this planet? This is the colony M4-78. We droids arrived on this world years ago and began to prepare this world for colonization. The resources here are especially abundant, and we were able to expand rapidly and cross the entire planet. I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have had trying to contact me. L102 has already informed me of the destruction of L101. According to the data we currently possess, there was no way to prevent that from happening. Any thoughts on who could destroy L101? Not enough data. It might have been organics from the environmental zone. Why wasn't there some kind of backup plan in case L101 was destroyed? You must have considered that possibility. There used to be more units with authority to arrange a meeting with me. Their authority has been removed and their memory wiped, all for my safety. Your safety? Yes. Not long ago, shortly before the death of the colonists, some strangers arrived. It is believed they have taken over control of at least some droids in the environmental zone, including ESO5, the environmental Archon. She started to believe the Sith weren't this planet's real colonists. One of her droids was sent to talk to me about it. I assumed ESO5 has either been reprogrammed or gone rogue, so I ordered my droid to report it to the colonists. They decided it would be better to leave only one loyal droid able to contact me. Additionally, L101 was ordered to limit contact with me. Only the heads of industrial departments could contact me, and only regarding important matters. So actually, if I'd restored L101, I wouldn't have been able to get this audience because I'm not the head of an industrial department. Presumably it's only because we rebuilt the droid and received new programming that this was possible. One of these strangers must be Master Zash. Is there any way to contact her? Not directly, but you could go to the environmental zone and find her. I've authority to open it up for you. Please do. I have to get there and find her. Then our goals are compatible. I will let you in the environmental zone. With the colonists dead, M4-78's guidance is necessary. ESO5 and I combined have authority to reactivate him. Find ESO5 and gain her support. I'll do that. Thank you. I've lowered the force field blocking the environmental zone. You should now be able to enter. Now, is there something else you needed? Okie doke, so that's what happened. Where can you take me? Central Industrial Environment. I could use an escort. Take me to the central zone and I'll walk in the environmental zone. Oh no, the background is... the skybox is rendering this time. If one were to go back over the VOD, they would find that earlier on the skybox wasn't rendering here. Or could that have been in the landing pad? That is possible, isn't it? I'll double check that. And then we'll go to the environmental zone. Nope. So no idea what that was about. Anywho, environmental zone. Which is that way. Okie dokie. I don't know why the community doesn't want to believe that could cause a problem. Oh, sorry. Yeah, from what I can see, all node IDs in that dialogue tree are set to 0. I don't know why the community doesn't want to believe that could cause a problem. Blimey. Yep, doesn't sound ideal to me either. So does that mean that all these stages in... So these node IDs, are they used as well, it is an ID, an identifier. Does that mean that the game would try to add it to some sort of table and then look up points in the dialogue using that, or something along those lines?
This place is strong on the dark side. We can gather our strength here. Draw upon the Force.
Excuse me, Visser? Welcome to the environmental zone of M4-78. Your presence here is not authorized and will not be tolerated. Why do you think I'm a Dark Jedi? The Sith were the only organics on the planet. Your lightsaber makes it obvious you're a Dark Jedi. I have a... Oh, the fact that I have a lightsaber. Who are you? I am ESO-5. You are not authorized to enter the zone. The Sith have been killed. Your planet is free again. And M4-78 will remain free after you die. Save yourself and depart immediately. We allow M4-78 to be reactivated. Okay, let's find out what that was about. So more messages being added to the log for no apparent reason. Well, look at that. More Dark Jedi here than Gizka. Welcome to the environmental zone of M4-78. Your presence here is not authorized and will not be tolerated. Why do you think I'm a Dark Jedi? The Sith were the only organics on this planet. Your lightsaber makes it obvious. You are a Dark Jedi. Who are you? I am ESO-5. You're not authorized to enter the zone. The Sith have been killed. Your planet is free again. And M4-78 will remain free after you die. Save yourself and depart immediately. We will allow M4-78 to be reactivated. That is not possible. I have no desire to communicate with you any further. The combat droids will escort you out. Yeah, I think I would refrain from doing looting here as much as possible. Why are there just mines that are easily avoided? Why would you put mines there and there? Strange. Now that's a better mine placement. Generally, each line of dialogue has a unique node ID assigned to them so that it knows what line is next. Oh, you mean it works a bit like a linked list? With the node IDs being the identities for each line of dialogue. I can't say for certain about disassembling the executable, unfortunately. Yeah, well, I would say that the game runs sufficiently well with, as you say, the node IDs all set to 0, that it can't possibly be doing that in a naive way. Because otherwise it just wouldn't work whatsoever. The sort of thing you'd expect to happen if it did that would be that the game would probably pick either the first dialogue with a given ID or the last line of dialogue with a given ID, the first or last to be the actual line of dialogue with that ID, and then if it pointed back to the same ID, it would just become circular. Exactly. If they're all set to 0, then something is bound to go wrong. Why won't you allow M4-78 to be reactivated? Oh, who are you really? I'm ESO-5, control of the environmental zone of M4-78. This zone, I will not allow you to proceed. IS-24 told me that you are a female. Gender is irrelevant to droids. IS-24 has no influence in this zone. Now depart or the combat droids will deal with you. Why won't you allow M4-78 to be reactivated? Right, what dialogue did we miss? M4-78 was allied with the Sith. I will not let his dictatorship. I will not allow his dictatorship to return. All droids attack. So far, so good. That droid didn't attack. Deet. This way, I suppose.
Switching to combat mode.
I would say the way it skips through them. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I would say the way it skips through them all sounds like the sort of behaviour I'd expect if all nodes are 0. The problem I can see is that there is no way to alter the node ID that a dialogue starts at, so it might just be an unsolvable bug even if this is the cause. Oh, so you're saying that if they didn't set the node ID to 0, then it wouldn't trigger when dialogue starts? But surely even if that were true, wouldn't you only need one node with the ID of 0? To be the initial one. You do not listen well, Sith Lord. Perhaps you do not understand me. I understood you. I have no choice but to convince you to help me. I will never help the Sith. You have been a plague on my planet. Why'd you call me Sith Lord? Your sensitivity to the Force is obvious, and the Jedi are dead. Therefore, you must be a Sith. I know that some Jedi Masters still live. Or I can prove to you that I'm a Jedi. I'm kind of curious where that one's going. What makes you think the Jedi are dead? Everyone knows how the Jedi have failed us. They are surely dead and shall soon join them. I know that some Jedi Masters still live. Do not mock me or the Jedi with your lies. You will die, Sith. Why did the Sith come to M4-78? Why did the Sith do anything to gain power? This planet possesses immense resources and industrial capacity, but you know this already. Did you kill the Sith that were in the industrial zone? Yes, and soon you shall join them. But how? I thought you were restricted to the environmental zone. My power extends throughout all of M4-78. The Sith are all dead. Your planet is free again. I get the feeling that didn't work. Right, let's see which dialogue we missed. There is a next node ID which I believe points to the starting node, as it only has one reference in the base of the file, but no way to alter that when opening that dialogue tree to a different section. Why would you want to open the dialogue tree to a different section? I'd assume that each dialogue tree is unique to a given character. So is what you're suggesting you would always have the same initial dialogue when you speak to a person no matter what, and that can't be changed? At least not without some sort of trickery, like making multiple copies of the character that are unique as far as the engine's concerned, but they look exactly the same and then you just swap them out or something like that. Where was I? You do not listen well, Sith Lord. Perhaps you did not understand me. I understood you. I have no choice but to convince you to help me. I will never help the Sith. You've been a plague on my planet. Why do you call me Sith Lord? Your sensitivity to the Force is obvious and the Jedi are dead. Therefore you must be a Sith. What makes you think the Jedi are dead? Everyone knows how the Jedi have failed us. They are surely dead and you shall soon join them. I know that some Jedi Masters still live. Do not mock me or the Jedi with your lies. You will die, Sith. Why did the Sith come to M4-78? Why does the Sith do anything? To gain power. This planet possesses immense resources and industrial capacity, but you know this already. Did you kill the Sith that were in the industrial zone? Yes, and soon you shall join them. But how? I thought you were restricted to the environmental zone. My power extends throughout all of M4-78. The Sith are all dead, your planet is free again. Success. That cannot be true. Save your transparent deceptions for the Gungans. Leave or you will perish. But I succeeded in a persuasion check. That seems odd. Light side points gained. Sometimes dialogues have multiple trees in them, and scripts are used to determine which tree fires first and which response options are available. Right, so you click on a person and then a script runs and it decides which dialogue tree to go into? Is that correct? So the script could, for example, check global variables or whatever the equivalent is in this scripting language to see where you are in the story, that type of thing. My understanding is next node ID should be assigned to whatever it should first open at, but my theory is that because of that, script and node IDs get lost and mixed up. Lost or mixed up. Is that because there's two different systems to determine where dialogue should begin? You could set the next node ID to set it statically or using a script, and sometimes they don't interact. Sometimes they interact in a destructive way. You'd have to take a deep dive into modding the game to get a clearer image of the issue, I think. Okay. Powers, eh? I have no idea what we would want. Throw lightsaber? I think it's got to be throw lightsaber, as ridiculous as it sounds, because I think we've taken every single power which isn't either restricted by armor, because our main character wears armor, so restricted by armor abilities aren't particularly useful, isn't a dark side power, and isn't force body, because force body is... it isn't a simple ability. It changes the way the game works. This power enables the character to use their own health to fuel force powers. All force powers take 50% of their cost from vitality points and 50% from force points. This effect lasts for 30 seconds. Okay, so it is actually an ability you activate, but then it changes the way use of the force works for the next 30 seconds. But I have no interest in that, but I don't really have much interest in throw lightsaber either, to be honest. Damage is 1 to 6 for every 2 levels of the attacking character. I guess force body. I could see that being useful in a niche situation, I guess. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Have 30 points and treat injury. That's adjusted, incidentally. That, at least I think it is. I think that's after applying all buffs from items and what have you. From what I have seen, they generally match up to the entry/reply IDs, but not in the cases of dialogues that skip more often than others. Yes, it sounds like to really get to the root of the problem, one would have to start with developing a much clearer idea of what's actually going on, like you suggest, which may, as you also suggest, require some disassembly to actually work out. Oh goodness! To actually work out what's going on under the hood. But yes, I do take your point. Having all the node IDs being the same does sound like the sort of thing that could cause a problem. Exactly, it sounds like we have a fair understanding of things. Oh please, Visas, don't run in. How do I tell them to stand still? There is a way, isn't there? Stationary. Right, be stationary. Wrong one. Stationary.
Acknowledgement. Optimal accuracy ratio achieved.
What was I saying? Well, if I have a fair understanding, it's all thanks to you. I appreciate the explanations and your patience. I would love to solve the bug because it's the worst bug in the game. It is weird that it wasn't fixed when the game was ported though. Then again, maybe they didn't bother doing any bug fixes during the port. Perhaps that's the problem. the fact that the bug, excluding this mod, which seems to trigger the bug a lot, the fact that normally that please do not, the fact that the bug usually triggers after so-called long sessions suggests, as you were indicating earlier, that it may be down to something like a memory leak or memory corruption as well. In fact, I don't suppose we even really know that there's one bug, do we? There could be multiple bugs which all end up triggering the same path in the executable. Yeah, it sounds like it's looking at the wrong position in memory, but it's also true there could be multiple bugs that result in one. I think it's probably slightly more complex than just it's looking in the wrong place in memory, because the message log gets it correct. So clearly the game is still able to follow a chain of dialogue. That much it's getting correct. It's just the playing of the voices that doesn't seem to be triggered, and that coincides with the dialogue being jumped past very quickly. I don't want to quite say that it's because the voice isn't being played that it skips past it really quickly, because of course correlation doesn't imply causation, but obviously something like that's a distinct possibility. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I think there's something... I think there's some key information. Aside from not fully understanding how the game handles node IDs, I think there is some other key information missing. Agreed. I'm not certain really, but the node IDs all seem out of place in any dialogue that it happens on regularly. Main game and mods. We do not have to fight. Find peace from within. Spare me your platitudes. You don't seem like a droid. You are perceptive. I am the Jedi Knight KOTOR, but do not mistake my threat as an idle one. Leave M4-78 or perish. Why did you claim to be ESO5? I control ESO5. It amounts to the same thing. But you said that the Jedi have perished. I am the last Jedi. But this this Jedi Master was one of the ones that helped have me exiled. So they should recognize me. You're wrong. I am also a Jedi. Alright, let's go through that again and find out what I missed. I don't believe you. Now leave. Okay, that's not much of an explanation, is it? Oh wait, they're still all stationary, aren't they? I never told them they could move again. Let's do that. Is it aggressive, their default? I think so. Yeah, probably.
Ready to serve.
So this is complete conjecture, but I have a thought. Clearly the game... I've never looked at the data structures that the game uses, but clearly if the game is able to follow the dialogue trees at all, it's not reliant on the node IDs being unique to be able to do so. There must be some other way, something in the data structure that allows it to follow a dialogue tree, to say it's this dialogue line followed by this one, and so on and so forth. That's all well and good, and whichever part of the code which is responsible for walking the dialogue trees clearly uses that and does so successfully. Maybe what it's doing is something like trying to create a hash table from node ID to... in fact, it wouldn't even have to be a hash table, would it? Just a table from node ID to audio that it should be playing. And perhaps when you do things like give all the dialogue nodes the same ID, it then ends up corrupting that data in some way, so suddenly it doesn't know what audio to play, and because it doesn't know what to play, it just results in it playing nothing and skipping past it very quickly. That may not be the problem, but perhaps that's the sort of thing that perhaps that's a description of the kind of problem at play. That would explain why parts of the game engine seem to cope fine with mismatched node IDs and other parts don't. And it might also explain why the game dialogue seems to mess up after a long period of time, possibly due to some bug or design flaw. The table that matches node IDs to audio can get corrupted after a long time. Again, could be wrong, but just thinking out loud on the spot. Oh, environmental console. Hack into the defense systems. Unable to comply. Proper authorization needed. I take it I can't change my party members, can I? Oh, I can. Balder! Balder! Oops, I did that wrong. There we go.
Let's go.
Disable the turrets. I'll reprogram the turrets to attack M4-78 droids only. Turrets reprogrammed. Wonderful. Thank you, Balder. I'm not sure I should have been allowed to do that. Wait, what? Oh no. That was correct. There we go. Excellent. Incidentally, Thor, this bug, given the opportunity, is it the sort of thing that you might want to look at? Interesting. Oh, sorry, I meant the dialogue bug that causes dialogue to be skipped, and it's obviously, as we're saying, particularly seems to happen more often with where you have mismatched IDs. We need to reactivate M4-78. Oh dear. I admire your courage. Perhaps you are a Jedi after all, but I cannot let you proceed. You cannot destroy the droids. Oh, you can destroy the droids, but this door will not yield to you. We need to reactivate M4-78. I will not let you proceed. Please, leave me alone. Yeah, I spent countless hours trying to sort the node IDs in my port of KOTOR 1 to see if it would not happen there. But I think I need to find a way to automate it after determining the exact cause. Right, so I have a thought. Have you heard of a program called Cheat Engine? Yeah, I know what you're going to say. You're going to suggest. See what's going on, where in memory, etc. Might be worth a shot. Yes, because Cheat Engine has the tool that allows you to set a flag on a given memory location, and then tell me every single place in code that either reads from it or writes from it. So what I was thinking is, since you obviously know how to write the data files that the game reads, create a mod which includes a dialogue tree with some really creative node IDs. Node IDs that, you know, you I don't know how wide. I assume node IDs are integers. I don't know how wide they are, but you know, just some random number to make them as unique as possible. Then search through the game for those node IDs, see where they appear in memory, which data structures, and then try to, as you've no doubt ascertained, I was going to suggest, then find all the bits of code that read and write to them. Because as I was suggesting when I think you were gone, I suspect that there's part of the game code which follows the dialogue trees when you speak to people, and that doesn't rely on node IDs, because otherwise the message log wouldn't be correct. It wouldn't know which dialogue should have been playing when they weren't playing. There's some bit of the code that doesn't rely on node IDs to work, and that works perfectly. And I suspect, but don't know, there's probably some auxiliary structure or structures, which is something like a table which is mapping node IDs to dialogue audio to be played. And that's probably getting corrupted. Good idea. I've been considering making a single room with a single dialogue mod to analyse the issue closer. Hold on, let's get Baldur.
What's going on?
Open the Archon 1 door. Authorize key sequence corrupted by unauthorized access. Repair corrupted key sequence. In current logic pattern, half of 5 is 3. What is 1/3 of 10? So you're rounding up, I presume? Or you could be rounding to odd. What is 1/3 of 10? That's going to be... it makes a big difference if you're rounding up or you're rounding to odd. The answer is either going to be 3 or 4. I'm guessing you're rounding up, since that's the simpler form of rounding. 4? Key number correct. Key number sequence repaired. Archon 1 door opened, exiting terminal. Oh, we just had a premonition. I take it no dialogue was... Oh, dialogue was played. You came this far, it doesn't matter. The Guardian droid will keep you out of the core. Blimey. That is one tanky droid. Oh, you're out of force? Blimey. You should probably heal yourself, actually. Where's my life support packs? There they are. Heal yourself, then keep up the destroy droid.
Ready to serve.
Oh, they've got reinforcements. Wonderful.
Ready to serve.
Uh-oh, you're about to go down. Back off. You have a construction kit. I'm not sure you're very good at treat injury, that's the only problem. No, you're not. Looking at the dialogues I've created, the node IDs are always created with a value of 0. I suspect it's really just the third-party software for creating the dialogues. Possibly, but that doesn't mean that one wouldn't benefit from understanding how the engine actually finding out what the engine actually does with the node IDs and understanding the root of the problem, even if it isn't the engine's fault. In fact, it probably, even if it isn't the engine's fault, even if it's because the engine always assumed it would be given same data and the third-party software isn't creating same data, that doesn't mean it couldn't be, parts of the engine couldn't be rewritten in assembly so that they don't suffer from the same problem. As I mentioned before, the game clearly some part of the engine clearly can handle dialogue correctly, even when the node IDs are wrong. If that weren't the case, then when you go through the message log, you wouldn't see the correct sequence of dialogue. I mean, the very fact that you end up at the right start point in the dialogue and end up at the right termination point and everything gets logged, part of the engine can handle it correctly. So it might be possible to just rewrite, like I say, that suggests to me that it's probably some auxiliary data structure which is being corrupted, probably something to do with finding the audio file to play, something like that. And it might be possible to rewrite the code in assembly such that it does the lookup in some different way, and then you would eliminate the problem even when given incorrect data. Although I am aware that some copyright holders take issue with having their games patched in that way by third parties. Wait, why am I doing that? I could just level them. Definitely, I suspect that one part is using the entry reply IDs for the tree, but that one part of the engine is using node IDs. Can't say for sure without disassembly or really close inspection with something like cheat engine, as you say. But that's no easy feat. The games are broken, it's perfectly defendable in court. Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works. I 100% understand where you're coming from. I'm just not sure the law supports you. It would come down to licensing, I think. I don't think there is any law against... in fact, I'm pretty confident there is no law against changing an executable that you legally own. If you were to then upload that new executable to the internet, the problem you would run into is that you would have included very large amounts of code that you didn't write. That's copyright infringement. But you could write a program that patches a binary from the original version of the game to your patched version. That would be perfectly legal. But I do also know that some game developers like to get people to agree to contracts when they buy the game that says that they won't disassemble the game and alter it. Whether that's legal or not, a bit dubious, and that will also depend upon jurisdiction. I live in Britain. The laws in Britain are obviously going to be different to those in the United States. But I know that such contracts exist, and that at the very least, some companies would try to they would at least attempt to uphold those contracts. I'm not a legal expert, so please don't use anything I say without double checking it with someone that... Don't rely on anything I say without actually double checking it for yourself or going to a legal expert. But that's my understanding. I don't think the fact that the game is broken is legally relevant. Although, like I say, I appreciate where you're coming from. I have multiple video game ports on the go. No DMCAs as of yet because I'm doing it all through code. I'm UK based as well and have been modding games in these kinds of ways since I was young. If they want to sell broken games, I'm happy to go to war to fix them. I defend myself regularly and everybody wants to know how I am not in jail or with a DMCA yet. That's the thing. I think depending upon the terms under which the game was sold, someone, and depending upon how you tried to distribute your patches, potentially some companies could try to stop you. Law is all based on intent. Mostly, there are exceptions. For example, negligence. But just because you have the best of intentions doesn't mean what you're doing isn't illegal. You have to look at the letter of the law and see what it actually says on a given issue. Precise shot 2. Goodness me. Were we following any given sets of powers here? I don't think so. No, we must have finished whatever we were leveling before. Yeah, it was probably the revitalized set. Incidentally, I don't think you could be... I don't think there is a crime of copyright infringement in the UK. I don't think it... In fact, I'm not going to say. What I was going to say is I don't think you can get a custodial sentence for that. But I could be wrong. So... but yeah, the sort of thing we're talking about, I think, is unlikely to lead to prison time. It's more likely to lead to either suings, injunctions, or just generally a company creating a case which would cost far more to defend than it's worth, so people just cave anyway, which unfortunately is a thing. Law is always debatable, but when the government can't keep corruption out of their own back pockets, why should I listen to anything they have to say? Well, unfortunately, it's because there are people that can come round, haul you in front of a judge, and then haul you off to prison and you actually be kept there. Which is the sad truth of the matter. They can sue me all they want. I have no money. I never will care. Been there... Oh, and never will cave, sorry. Been there, done that, still here. Goodness. You've served prison time, have you now? What am I gonna pick? I have no idea what would be good. Let's go with energy resistance, I guess. I don't think I picked that one up. Oh, I have picked that one up. Let's go with force barrier there. No, let's go with battle meditation because that affects the whole party, doesn't it? That's what we'll do. Silent but deadly. You have 30 points in stealth. Right, quick save and carry on. Oh, I meant the instance of being dragged to court. If people keep caving on matters like this, we will lose emulation, video game history, and corruption will reign over the planet. I refuse. I do actually agree with you on people caving. I think it's more of a problem in the United States, where the system is set up in a way where one party who is in the wrong, if they're much wealthier than the other party, really can just bankrupt them. Which is a complex issue, because of course it's not just like one law that's wrong, it's an entire system that's set up, some would argue, suboptimally. I think that's far harder to do in the UK. No, I mean in the US you can be torn to shreds if you're in the right. As I understand it, in the United States it's possible to create a case that would cost someone such an absurd amount to defend that they can't afford to defend it, so that they effectively have to drop the case. Now, technically, they haven't been forced to drop the case. Technically, it was their choice to back out of the case, but that they would have realised that, okay, well, if I want to have a life after this, I don't really have a choice. At least, I'm not an expert. That's just the impression that I've got over many years reading about the state of the US judicial system. Oh, yeah, you're right. Essentially sue them over and over again, bankrupting them, whether the claims are false or not. It's funky. Well, I think it's slightly more subtle and insidious than that, because I think even in the US, if you are shown to be right in court, and if it's deemed that the person defending didn't really have reasonable grounds to believe they had a case, that is to say that the case was frivolous, I think that's the term they use, then you can have costs awarded to you. So if someone just kept on suing you when they were in the wrong, then in theory you shouldn't be bankrupted. I think what they actually do is big company decides that they want to pick on little company or individual person, and so they then pay their lawyers to come up with the most complex case imaginable, with, you know, hundreds of points to defend, and someone that isn't a legal professional isn't going to be able to form a defense to that on their own, so they have to hire legal professionals. But of course legal professionals want to be paid, and the point is the amount of hours of legal professional hours they would have to pay for to actually get a proper defense that would stick in court is more than they own in their entire assets, and so they effectively have no ability to defend the case and have to cave. But and that's not multiple cases, that is just one case. And that's ignoring things like getting injunctions, like big company wants to stop little company from selling a particular product which is competing with theirs, so they claim there's copyright infringement when there isn't, and get an injunction to force them to stop the little company, to force them from stop selling the product, even though if the case actually went through the entire judicial process, there may be no doubt that no infringement will be found. But the problem is that this company now can't keep selling this product, so they don't have they're no longer receiving the revenue that they should be, so suddenly they can't afford to keep their company running. Notionally, what's supposed to happen is they then win the case, and then they get awarded damages for all the money, the profits that they didn't earn. But if it never reaches that point, if they're bankrupted before it even gets that far, then that doesn't happen. And there may be many other tactics that you can apply. In fact, I'm sure there are that I know nothing about. But I think that's the way that they, as I understand it, that's how, at least in the US, large companies supposedly abuse their power against those that are less powerful. I get lawyers from Disney pestering me and my mod regularly, asking me stuff like, will you send me the KOTOR.exe? Yeah, I'm not sure they're necessarily... You say that you think they're dumb. It may be more that they're just hoping that you are, if that makes sense. Because, I mean, think about how a lot of confidence tricksters work, and people that just send out scams. That they may know that 99% of people are going to see through it immediately, but they just have to find one person that's vulnerable, and I suppose they're thinking, okay, I don't think he's actually going to send me the executable, but if he does, wonderful. If he doesn't, it's wasted me 5 minutes to write an email. I only wasted 5 minutes of my time. This must be the Padawan. Calm down, I'm looking for Master Vash, and I need ES-05's help. She's dead. How do you know that? We were bonded and I can't feel her presence any longer. But if you were bonded, if she died, you would have died too. I don't actually know that to be the case, but that is a very that may get him to stop attacking me right now, calm down and think. So it's a worthwhile dialogue to try. It's confusing. Will you help me? Excellent. In a moment we'll go over the message log and find out what that was about. I'll be in the central zone if you need me. Let car go. Problem is, I don't actually know what was going on there to make an informed decision about whether letting them go was a good idea or not. But I assume it probably was. What do you want from me? Oh, Sith Lords demoralise nearby opponents and warp the alignment of their companions. I've just realised what these random lines in the message log probably are. Those are probably the messages that display when a new area is loading. At the bottom, the little captions. And what's probably happening is because this game was written many years ago, it assumed the loading screen would be up there for a long time and that I'd be reading these. But because my machine's obviously much faster than machines were back then, it's just zipping through all those dialogue options. I don't actually read them when it's loading, and then they end up in the message log. I mean, they'd be in the message log anyway, but I then only actually see them there. What annoys me is that all video games are such a collaborative effort, based on things learned by humanity over centuries, not just decades, and companies want to try and own all of the logic and math that goes behind them. Well, they want to maximise profit, don't they? But unfortunately, and it's not just companies, it's people. There are plenty of people that think that way. It's not just a corporate phenomenon, I would suggest. And getting to the bottom of that, I think, is a big subject that not only covers the legal system and how it's set up and how it incentivizes companies to think entirely in terms of profit and not other interests. That's not quite true, but it's close to true, I believe. But also to the roots of culture and what sort of values people tend to accumulate as they're growing up and try to make their way in the world. Yeah, a profit-driven society drives people to do crazy things. Yeah. It's a problem. What do you want from me? Why have you come here? Calm down, I'm looking for Master Zash. I need ES-05's help. She's dead. How do you know that? Oh, I just realised, that's a really good point. Not only was ES-05 supposed to be a female, but the Master I'm looking for is supposed to be a female as well. So when I heard that male voice, I should have picked up on that. Well, I didn't actually hear it, but when the game indicated it was a male speaking. We were bonded, and I can't feel her presence any longer. But if you were bonded, if she died, you would have died too. Would I? It's confusing. Will you help me? That's it, ES-05 will talk to you now. It was good to meet another Jedi. I'll be in the central zone if you need me. So I haven't actually found Master Zash yet. Why did Car take control over you? I didn't try to stop him. At the time I thought we were allies. When I realised what was happening, it was too late. Why did you agree to help Zash and Car in the first place? Lana and Carr explained to me how the Sith tricked us and were planning to exploit the planet's resources. Above all, I served the colonists that will one day arrive here, so I agreed to stop the Sith. Did they have proof? Lona and Carr showed me how the Sith vessel's ID signatures looked, and when I compared them, it was clear the Sith must have changed the ID signatures of their ships to match those of the droids. How did the Sith know about these ID signatures? I do not know. You would have to ask them. Do you know where Lona is now? Carr told me she was killed defending him. I don't have access to cameras outside of the environment zone, so I cannot confirm or deny this claim. Why did you let the Sith deactivate M4-78? I believe the Sith to be our lost colonists. It is my duty to serve the colonists in any way. IS-24 tells me you tried to convince him to rebel. The droid is sent to speak with him, reported to the Sith and was destroyed. We tried again with another of IS-24's droids, but he wasn't very cooperative. Lona thought it best to destroy him before she talked to the Sith. Wait, so you destroyed L-101? Yes! Carr reprogrammed the turrets in the industrial zone to destroy L-101. The Sith ignored me once, but who knows what they could have done if I tried to persuade another droid against them again. If the Sith knew you didn't believe them to be the colonists, why did they not shut you down like they did M4-78? Oh, they were wrong, so I must have missed a bit there. It probably said they thought I wouldn't turn on them or something like that, but they were wrong. IS-24 agreed to help me reactivate M4-78. Now I need your permission as well. However, Lona and Carr, in order to get to the industrial zone, were forced to deactivate him. I do not know what they did to him, and therefore have no clue on how to fix him, but the central zone's maintenance droid might be able to help you. Are you sure he will let me enter M4-78's core? Remember that I'm still an Archon. I will tell him to let you in, just to get him working again. Well, I guess I'll see what I can do. Right, let's find out what that was actually about. I am ESO5. I would like to thank you for freeing me. Not being able to speak without Carr's permission wasn't the nicest thing. Why did Carr take control over you? Frankly, it seems like he lost his mind after his master's death. I didn't try to stop him. At the time I thought we were allies. When I realised what was happening, it was too late. Why did you agree to help Zash and Carr in the first place? Lona and Carr explained to me how the Sith tricked us and were planning to exploit the planet's resources. Above all, I served the colonists that will one day arrive here, so I agreed to stop the Sith. Did they have proof? The ships of the true colonists were meant to have ID signatures matching the ships that brought the droids to M4-78. Lona and Carr showed me how the Sith vessel's ID signatures looked. When I compared them, it was clear the Sith must have changed the ID signatures of their ships to match those of the droids. Wait, if they changed them, then how did you know what they were before they were changed to see that they matched the Sith vessel IDs? Or am I misunderstanding that? How did the Sith know about these ID signatures? I do not know, you would have to ask them. Do you know where Lona is now? Carr told me she was killed defending him. I don't have access to the cameras outside of the environment zone, so I cannot confirm or deny this claim. Why did you let the Sith deactivate M4-78? I believed our Sith to be our lost colonists. It is my duty to serve the colonists in any way. IS-24 tells me that you tried to convince him to rebel. Yes, I thought it would be good to have support from another Archon, but since M4-78's deactivation, I cannot contact him directly. The droid I sent to speak with him reported to the Sith and was destroyed. We tried again with another of IS-24's droids, but he wasn't very cooperative. Lona thought it best to destroy him before he talked to the Sith. Wait, so you destroyed L-101? Yes! Carr reprogrammed the turrets in the industrial zone to destroy L-101. The Sith ignored me once, but who knows what they could have done if I tried to persuade another droid against them. Again! If the Sith knew you didn't believe them to be colonists, why did they not shut you down like they did M4-78? To be honest, they did not pay much attention to me once they arrived. I imagine the Sith were more interested in making weapons than cleaning water. It is possible they thought that without support of IS-24 I wouldn't be able to do them any harm. They were wrong. IS-24 agreed to help me reactivate M4-78. Now I need your permission as well. Yes, I see IS-24 authorised it. I will give you my authorisation as well. There's nothing I wish more than to see M4-78 active again. There's another problem, however. You cannot just go into the main behaviour core like that. L565, the guardian droid of the central zone, needs to open the door for you. However, Loner and Carr, in order to get to the industrial zone, were forced to deactivate him. I don't know what they did to him, and therefore I have no clue how to fix him. But the central zone's maintenance droid might be able to help you. Are you sure you will let me enter M4-78's core? Remember that I'm still an Archon. I'll tell him to let you in. Just get him working again. Well, I guess I'll see what I can do. Farewell. Right, that clears things up, and we have escort droids here. Wonderful. That's not an escort droid. Is this an escort droid? Yes. Take me to the central zone. Wait, who am I supposed to be speaking to? I remember the story, I've just forgotten the... It was the maintenance droid, wasn't it? I'd forgotten the droid's name. I must fix L565. Do you know how to do it? Somehow the power cores of the stations were removed. I only have 2 cores here. I can give them to you if you're interested. You need to find 2 more in order to reactivate L565 though. Where can I get these power cores? Difficult to say. I used to have more, but cleaning units kept, well, cleaning them. I'd ask the industrial zone maintenance unit if I were you. What am I supposed to do after I get the cores? What you need to do is have every station connected with 2 others at the same time. That will activate L565's logical algorithms and enable them to speak to you. I don't know all of what he said, so... And you have to go... Alright, I think I got it, thanks. Now let's actually read that and find out what I was actually asked to do. What can I do for you? I must fix L565. Do you know how to do it? L565, yes, that is a tricky one. You see, his logic algorithms won't work properly while the 4 power stations in corners around M4-78's place are off. 2 problems. 1, they have to be activated properly. 2nd, I don't have the means to activate them, otherwise I would have done so already. Somehow, the power cores of these stations were removed. I only have 2 cores. Here, I can give them to you if you're interested. You need to find 2 more in order to reactivate L565 though. Where can I get these cores? Difficult to say. I used to have more, but cleaning units kept, well, cleaning them. I'd ask the industrial zone maintenance unit if I were you. What am I supposed to do after I get the cores? First, insert said power cores into the power stations, then activate the stations in proper order. Each station must be connected with 2 power stations adjacent to it. When you activate one station, a connection with 2 others will be established. However, if you activate a station that already has a connection with some other station, this connection will be broken. Which connection will be broken? Its connection to another station. I think so. I think it's saying if power station A is connected to B and I activate power station C, which is also connected to A, I think A drops the connection to B, so I end up with C and A connected but B disconnected, I think is what it's saying. Additionally, if you deactivate a station, all the connections that the station had will disappear too, for obvious reasons. What you need to do is have every station connected with 2 others at the same time. This will reactivate L565's logical algorithms and enable them to speak to you. Okay, so it needs to be connected with exactly 2. presumably. Where... Oh, those must be the power stations. Right. And it can't go through the middle, I would assume. So I think it just wants me to make a ring. I think that's what it's asking me to do. How's that going to work? Can it form a connection with a power station that's deactivated? I would assume not. So if I activated this one, it's not going to connect to anything, is it? Initially, if nothing else is activated. Then if I were to activate that one, those two would connect, presumably. So if I activated that one, and then I activated the one diagonally opposite, there would be no connection. Then if I activated that one, they would both be connected. Then if I activated that one, there would be a connection from there to there and there to there, but this one would become disconnected from the other two. Okay, I think I see the problem. So how would one solve that? That's a very good question. How could I have every power station connected to every other one if as soon as a power station is activated, its neighbours stop being connected anymore to any other one? If its neighbours are already active, then they're going to drop any other connections they already have. So it would only work if its neighbours weren't active. But its neighbours would have to be turned on at some point. So what would happen if I just went round in a circle? I activate that one, no connections. I activate that one, they're connected. I activate that one, those two connect. These two disconnect, but are both on. Right, how do I get them to connect? If they're both on, I have to turn it off and turn it back on again to connect them, because there's no other way to connect them that I've been made aware of, but that's going to cause that connection to drop. I swear that's not doable as written. So what I'm thinking is, for example, if I activated this one and activated the one that's diagonally opposite, no connections have been formed. I activate that one, 2 connections have formed. I activate that one, 2 connections have formed, but then those two are going to drop their connections over here. But then what? I turn that one off and turn it back on again, because that will form 2 more connections and then drop the 2 going there. Supposing, once I got to that point where I've got 3 connected, I dropped that one instead. Then those 2 would be connected. That would be the same as I activate that one and that one. I'm not convinced. I think I've misunderstood the rules. And when I actually have the... when I actually have the power cores, I can experiment and figure out what the actual rules are. Ask Central Zone's maintenance unit about how to proceed at any time. Wait, that's not the thing I wanted. Hold up. Who was I supposed to talk to? Was it the maintenance droid in the industrial area? Before I travel there, I want to make sure. Industrial Zone Maintenance Unit, if I were you. Okie doke. This could be a problem, because if this is the droid I think it is, I think this may have been the one that we had to get permission to... I think this was the one we may have asked permission to look at the cleaning droid's cleaning compartment to find the missing memory core, and I think that was when we lent them T3 and the droid was very unhappy with T3's performance. Nope, that's a different one. Which one's the maintenance droid for this area then? That's clearly not the one I'm supposed to speak to. What did they specifically refer to them as? Ask the Industrial Zone Maintenance Unit. Could it be the droid that was through the door that was originally magnetically sealed? The one near the... the one near L102. I'll tell you what, if my mistake was in assuming that you couldn't perform a connection through the middle, so in fact every station could potentially connect 3 ways, that might actually change it, that might make it doable. The official Industrial Zone Maintenance Unit, how may I be of service to you? Do you have any power cores I could use to power up the power generators in the central zone? Without you, there would be no way to contact IS-24. It's possible the colony would be in anarchy by now, being unable to contact the Industrial Archon. For that, I'm grateful. Here, take this. I don't know what you need it for, but I am happy I can repay the debt some way. Anything else? I got a power core. Don't I need another? I want to check the total number of power cores I have. Have I been passed already? That's different, isn't it? That's some sort of implant. I didn't see it there. Although the inventory is getting pretty unwieldy now. Where's my escort droid? There was an escort droid around here, wasn't there? I thought. Maybe. Possibly. Save me the walk. No, I think I'm walking. So be it. So I guess I just have to speak to the maintenance droid again, and perhaps they'll then point me to where I could look for the other power core. Oh, there's the escort droid. Ah, that's a power station there. I wonder if a way to complete this mission is to just take power cores from power stations in the industrial zone. I don't intend to, but I am curious. Is that something I can do? No. Okay, nearly there. I do like the music. I think I said that before. Where can I get these power cores? Let me double check. Where can I get these? Difficult to say. I used to have more, but the cleaning's well kept cleaning them. I'd ask the industrial zone maintenance unit if I were you. Maybe I have all the ones I need? Let's find out. Insert power core. Oh, it is forming a connection. It's trying to form a connection to deactivated power stations. Interesting. Oh, it turned its own connections off. Okay. Not that of the neighbours. So yes, I did intuit the rules very incorrectly. Although, I don't understand why there's no connection here. I feel like there should still be a connection down here. Because think about it from a point of view of symmetry. I turned that one on. I turned that one on. I turned that one on, and that disconnected that one. No, that left that one on, but it disconnected that one. And it left that one on, but it disconnected that one. When the last power station I turned on was over there. That doesn't make sense. I'm still missing a power core then. So yeah, that seems asymmetric. I'm not quite sure why it did it like that. So I could speak to the maintenance droid again. I suspect they have nothing more to say on the matter. Right, I think we're back. Could you upgrade my droids? Nope, I can ask about another power core. The cleaning units kept well cleaning them. So yeah, I'd say the game is deliberately not giving me all the information this time. I don't think the environment zone had a maintenance droid. Where else could I get a power core? I guess I could go back to the environment zone and ask ESO5. It is in ESO5's interests that I manage this after all. Wait, what happened here? That's not how I left it, it's changed. Now that's done what I thought it would do. So I think this whole minigame's a bit bugged. At a minimum, the display was bugged. Right, they said something about the cleaning droids. Cleaning them. Are there any cleaning droids in the vicinity? There's one. Might you have a power core on you? That's not helpful. I get the feeling that's not going to be the solution. I need power cores to reactivate L565. Have you got any? Here, you can use this one. Okay, they just randomly had a power core, despite, as far as I'm aware, no hints having been given up till now that that would be the case. So when I turn this one on, it's going to try and turn off all its connections, isn't it? Which is these two. But I think fixing it should be as simple as just turning it off and on again, and then doing the same with the diagonally opposite one. Yep, that's re-established. Oh, it's done it wrong again, hasn't it? Oh no. No, it does seem to be working. So over here. And then this should do it. Why not? Wait for me at the Ebon Hawk. I'll take care of this. Good, I'll go in now. I assume I was told I can't go in with others. ESO5 has stated clearly, let one human female into M4-78's chamber. Answer any questions she might have unless instructed otherwise by either myself, IS-24, or M4-78. Do not reveal any information restricted by M4-78. Okay, wait for me on the Ebon Hawk. I'll take care of this. There we go. I wonder if this is where we're going to find the Master Zash. And there we go. Unlock force field. Open force field. Hopefully this wasn't a bad idea.
You have found the Force again. And something more, I see.
Voice acting! Whoa. Hello to you too, Master Zash.
Thank you for freeing me from this tomb, hospitable though it may be.
Tomb? I think the makers of this mod may have taken some liberties after they found the unused dialogue. What brought you to M4-78?
Indirectly, one could say that you brought me here.
Oh, I'll tell you what, if this is voiced though, and they repurposed it, then the so-called extra ending to the game that is supposedly unlocked by this mod, that might also be fully voice acted and was originally intended. How can that be?
I learned that a group of Sith came here seeking the one they call the Last Jedi. You. Ka and I arrived to investigate the situation.
What do you mean, me? I'm no longer a Jedi.
You should consider what it means to be a Jedi.
I want to ask you about something else.
Ask me whatever you wish.
You've not asked me about Ka. Don't you wonder what happened to him?
He is well, but shaken by his experience.
Are the two of you mentally bonded?
Yes, as many masters and Padawans become with time.
That's really interesting. So it was the developer's intention that there be other characters that are bonded. When I first saw that in this mod, I was suspicious that the mod makers had taken liberties there too. I was thinking that they had decided, well, there is this main story where the main character's bonded to another character. Maybe that happens to other people in the world, and you should be able to meet some of them. But no, this was, because it's voice acted, I assume the mod makers didn't bother to just voice act this bit and no other parts. So I'm assuming this was unused dialogue in the original game. That suggests that this was always intended. Wisdom, then why did Ka think you two were dead when you weren't? Sorry. Then why did Ka think you were dead when you weren't?
Ka was pulled to the dark side through his fear. He could no longer feel our bond.
If Ka were to die, would you also?
It is painful to lose one to whom you are bonded, but it is not fatal.
Interesting. My bond to Kreia would result in my death were she to die.
That is most unnatural. This bond you share with Kreia is not like any I've ever heard of. How did it come to be?
I do not know.
Look within for the answer. We are each solely accountable for everything in our lives. Nothing ever happens to us unless we allow it.
There is a lot of unused dialogue, but I think this was voiced by a member of the team. Oh, okay. Oh, well that makes me even more... even more disappointed that most of the dialogue while I was making my way through this planet wasn't playing, because that suggests I may have recorded a lot more. How can the bond between Master and Padawan be broken? I want to ask you about something else. I have to leave for now. Are you certain you have no more questions for me before I go? Is there anything you can teach me? Vash teaches you the Niman form. This form has no specific strengths but no weaknesses either. It will provide a decent defense versus enemy force powers and blast of fire.
I will be heading to Dantooine to wait for the council to assemble. Are you certain you have no more questions for me before I go?
Yeah. There were a couple of other voice characters, but not many. Primarily angry cleaning droid programmer. Isn't that dangerous since the Sith always slay the Jedi when they assemble? I've been wanting to say that to one of the Jedi Masters for so long. So it's interesting to see that the mod makers put that in.
Yes, Jedi. It is dangerous.
Good luck, Master Vash. Not that that was a very satisfying answer, but still. Yeah. Good luck, Master Vash.
Goodbye then, Jedi.
Oh dear. That's suboptimal. I wonder if the mod developers considered the significance of creating a scene like this, where a Master Jedi was defeated, but my character... That doesn't seem right. But my character had no difficulty whatsoever in dispatching them. Because that's making a statement which I don't think the main game has made at any point up till now. Well, I set up a test level to try and diagnose this dialogue issue, but I suspect Cheat Engine won't be able to identify the variable by name. No, it wouldn't be able to identify variables by name, because once... at least not usually, because variable names don't make it into code. What you would want... Cheat Engine would let you search for values in memory, so you'd want to make sure you know the value of the variable and it's something unusual that's not likely to appear anywhere else, as best you can anyway. What are you? And my memory banks are stored with information on almost every civilization and culture in the Republic. Well, I'm going to end up reading this again, aren't I? What is your purpose? The Sith are not your colonists. Wait, you mean you knew they weren't the colonists? Then why did you appoint them as the colonists? Allying with the Sith was a mistake. What if the true colonists return? You were communicating with the real colonists? Who were they? This seems like some major revelations that I'm not getting to hear. The Sith are dead. Don't you need new colonists? I'm sure the Republic could use this planet's manufacturing capabilities. That makes you the perfect candidate for the role of colonist. Well, I'm not going to stay here. That makes you the perfect candidate for the role of colonist. I don't think I'm the right person for it. You seem like a capable individual. I'll have to think about it. I should go. Right, let's go through the dialogue and find out what was actually said. The logs, I should say. Welcome to the colony of M4-78. I am the supervisor of this installation and have been designated with the title M4-78. What are you? I'm a fully sufficient automated artificial intelligence equipped with a wide range of technical and administrative capabilities. Additionally, I have been programmed to understand over 6 million forms of communication, and my memory banks are stocked with information on almost every civilization and culture in the Republic, so as to better facilitate communications between the various species that may fall under the banner of my primary objective. What is your purpose? In keeping with my programming, I am responsible for sustaining the existing infrastructure as well as expansion and the search for resources in preparation for colonization. I am to maintain this colony in preparation for the arrival of its colonists. The Sith are not your colonists. They were not the original colonists, but they have been appointed as the new colonists of this planet. Wait, you mean you knew they weren't the colonists? Correct. Then why did you appoint them as colonists? We were sent here programmed with a simple task, to prepare the colony for the arrival of the colonists. We were efficient and had managed to complete the colony in time. Everything was going as planned except the colonists did not arrive in time. After approximately 55 years of constant waiting, I calculated that the chance of the colonists' arrival on the planet had reached 0%. Lack of new instructions after completing the colony, as well as lack of restrictions in our programming, caused disharmony in the colony. The high degree of autonomy allowed the droids to continually argue on what should be done. Some of the droids on the planet had even begun to malfunction. I've exceeded my authority and that is what it says. I have exceeded my authority and started reprogramming droids on the planet, restricting them more and more over time. I've realized that even as the most sophisticated artificial intelligence at my time of creation, I could not control the whole planet by myself for the rest of its existence. I decided to appoint as colonists the very first organics to arrive on this planet, and then the Sith came. Allying with the Sith was a mistake. It was the only logical move I could have made at the time. My only mistake was allowing myself to be deactivated. What if the true colonists return? The true colonists will never return. They were supposed to arrive years ago and then all the communication has ceased. They have either lost interest in this project or they all died. In any case, it changes nothing. Their authority will no longer be recognised. You are communicating with the real colonists? Who were they? Their identity is not known to me. They used to send regular transmissions to the colony, but it stopped 7 years ago. I thought you said they were 55 years late. I suppose that could be consistent. They could have been communicating for 48 years, not telling you why they weren't there and then just stopped. The Sith are dead, don't you need new colonists? With the Sith gone, it would indeed be useful to accept a new group of organics as the colonists. You seem to be a valid option. Would you be willing to take over the colony? I'm sure the Republic could use this planet's manufacturing capabilities. According to the information I gathered from your interactions with other sentients on this planet, you used to be a member of the Jedi Order, a highly valued group within the Republic. That makes you a perfect candidate for the role of colonist. I don't think I'm the right person for it. I've reviewed all your actions in this colony since the time of your arrival. You seem like a capable individual. I'll have to think about it. Understandable. Is there something else you needed? I should go. I wonder if that was the extra ending they added to the game. I wonder if I could just give up all this Sith malarkey and trying to help the galaxy and just settle down here as a colonist. You found Master Zash in the central core of M4-78 and she agreed to meet you at the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine when you've united all the Jedi Masters. Unfortunately, Sith assassins tracked you down before she left. Master Zash didn't survive. Ah, that's how the mod developers dealt with the fact that Master Zash... Excuse me, don't mind me. Master Zash obviously wouldn't have been in the cutscenes in the future events of the game. I had assumed they were going to do it by just modding the game and adding her in. But apparently that's not a thing. Where am I? Why don't I just ask the escort drone to take me back to the landing pad? That's not an option. Is that where I am? Yes. No, technically not. I was still in the central zone. This is the landing pad. Excellent.
This is more boring than hyperspace.
Hello, Ratzer. It's lovely to see you. I briefly saw the thumbnail and thought the pick in the bottom was you. Charming. I assume you mean the Sith Lord. General? Sion's assassins tracked us here. Vash and her Padawan are dead.
The exile's dead. It's over. They've won.
No. Now the true war begins. The Jedi is all that united my master and the others. Now they will turn on each other, and the betrayals will begin. They will feed on each other until only one remains.
It is more than that. Your master will begin what he has foreseen and hungered for, Blinded One. Now the galaxy will begin to die.
Goodness. Let's get moving. I did notice that dialogue was slightly off. Obviously it was referring to the exile being killed, but that's what they're calling my character, as opposed to her actual name, Lysa Thress. Since, of course, that was just a name I typed in at the beginning, and they couldn't have voice acted every possible combination of characters that one could write. But yeah, that was interesting. So, sorry about this, Ratzer, since you've only just turned up, but I should probably stop there for tonight. The game is very good. I will be honest, this particular planet I've just done has been added by a mod, and it had some bugs which ruined it a bit, to be honest. So the game itself, it was rushed to release, and the developers cut a load of content, and there are 3 mods from what I can see it's recommended that you install. One is the Restoration Project, which I've had no problems with so far as I'm aware. Another is the M4-78 planet. That's this planet and that's this mod. Like I say, it's been very buggy for me, which has ruined it a bit. I can see underneath all that there's a gem there. Someone obviously put a lot of care into making this, and there's some good ideas, but the implementation just not there, unfortunately. And then there's the community patch. Again, I've not had any problems with that. The planet in question, M4-78, I understand is referred to in the base game. It's just that the original developers never got to make it before they were forced to release the game. So that's why this is here and why it's recommended to be installed. But outside of this mod, yes, I've been very much enjoying the game. Oh, one other thing I should point out. The very start of the game is like a 6-7 hour linear dungeon, which I did not enjoy. But after that, it improved greatly. The first game also works with being constrained initially, then having loads of options, then being constrained again. But like the starting section was only like 15 minutes long. Why they decided to make such a long linear section at the start of this game, I don't know. But yeah, overall, I've been really, really enjoying the game. It's just there's been a few moments like this that have let it down a bit. I was at work, just got home, it is what it is. Yeah, understandable. So yeah, sorry about that, but of course I've been streaming for what, 6 3/4 hours. Goodness. Anywho, so we'll stop there for tonight. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Double it and give it to the next person. That's alright. I hope you enjoyed the tiny little bit of it that you got to see. What was I thinking? Next stream will be on Saturday. I won't be doing a Friday stream this week. Oops, did that wrong. Sorry, Thor. I won't be doing a Friday stream this week because I'll be going to Hyper Japan in London. But Saturday's stream is going ahead, and as far as I'm aware, all other upcoming streams on Monday, Friday and Saturday should be going ahead. I enjoyed the 2 monologues and the 15-meter walk 15-meter walk I saw. Yeah. Well, if you happen to be able to make it to my next stream, we should be back onto the main game. The main sections of the game that, you know, have only been fixed by mods and restored, not large portions that have been added by modders. Which might be a little more informative. What else am I thinking? Yep, so next stream's going to be Saturday from 4 o'clock British summertime. Thank you for the follow again. I do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed our little discussion earlier, and I hope you enjoyed what you saw of the stream. I'll try. Don't get to watch you enough. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you. So yeah, I remember. I thought there was something else I'd forgotten. I have been negligent and fallen behind on my YouTube uploads of the streams. I think with this stream that now means that there's 3 streams that I haven't uploaded yet. Although of course I have to wait 24 hours for streams that I've just done due to the affiliate agreement. But I will try to catch up on that this week. Hopefully before Friday I will try to get them all uploaded. So once again, thank you for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.